constituency. Polling stations have also been opened early today at Kanyaombora polling station. IBC officials arrived early and were waiting for voters at the station. A similar situation is being witnessed in Magarini, where officials have as well opened up the stations and are ready for the activity. However, it is awaited to see the number of voters who will turn out to participate in the important activity, considering that it's clear the race is now clearly between Harrison Garama Kombe of ODM and Stanley Kenga Karisa of DCP. This event comes as Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has warned against attempts to disrupt the by-elections set for today. Speaking in Kasipul, Homa Bay County, Murkomen urged Kenyans to vote without fear, stressing that it's the responsibility of the National Police Service, not citizens, to provide security.
All those people who are preparing to bring goons to polling stations and tallying centers, I warn you that you will face the full force of the law. The National Police Service is prepared to arrest all goons, all criminals, all persons who are intending to disrupt peaceful elections in our country. There is no responsibility given to any civilian to protect any vote. All civilians, all voters, all Kenyans have a right to vote.
And Murkomen further branded as terrorists individuals allegedly planning to ferry goons to polling stations, warning that they'll be arrested and prosecuted.
I warn all car owners, transportation companies and persons who are facilitating the ferrying of goons that they need to stop forthwith, because we will take very stern action. That person is not just a criminal, but he is a potential terrorist, and therefore we will take the highest legal action to make sure that we protect the voters and protect the vote. And we mean it.
That's the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you. You saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
morning and many thanks for watching KT and welcome to this special edition as we continue with the coverage of the by-elections that take place this morning. As we speak at the moment, voting has started in various polling stations across the country. It is a big day for the candidates, a big day for the parties that will be running in these elections. As we've seen, different parties have gone bare knuckle. Talk about the ruling coalition, Kenya Kwanza, and the broad-based government, and the united opposition who have gone out there convincing the electorates to give them that vote. Who will emerge the winner? Who will rule the elections today? Is this an indicator of what will happen in 2027? And is IEBC ready? Today's exercise will give us all those answers. Remember, this coverage is live as well on SpiceFM. Be sure to join us there and follow through this coverage across the day as KT and Standard Media Group brings you blow by blow live coverage from all these constituencies and wards across the country as the by-elections continue. In studio, we shall be having this discussion with a guest of panelists across the day. I will be having Benji Ndolo, who is a political analyst, in studio with me, as well as Dr. Enoch Ondari, who is a political analyst, as we just go deeper into what this by-election means, even as the country prepares itself for the 2027 elections. I will not be doing this alone. We have our reporters strewn across the country. We have Jeff Kirui, who is in Malabo, senior political affairs reporter, as well as Clement Masombo, who is in Mbere, as they just continue to bring us up to speed on where we are as the exercise started in the various polling stations in Mbere and in Malava. And we start with Masombo in Mbere. Good morning, Masombo. How are you doing? Today is a big day for the residents of Mbere as they go to the ballot to elect their new leader. How is the exercise? Has the polling stations in the constituency opened? What's the feeling so far, Masombo?
Well, very good morning to you, Aseto. Indeed, we are coming to you live from Mbere North, that is in Embu constituency, and to be precise, at Kanyambora Primary School. This is one of the most populous polling centers or polling stations. This particular polling center, which is the Kanyambora Primary School, has 3 streams, meaning that it has 3 polling stations, and that automatically means that it has close to 2,000 registered voters at this particular polling center. And also to mention is that this is a voting station, this is a polling station where Democratic Party leader Justin Muturi will also be casting his vote here. We are expecting that he will be coming here at around 6:30 or so, if I'm not so wrong. That's according to the timelines that we were given. And as you can see, the queues are already up. We began observing from the gates where by the time we arrived here, that was about 5:45. We saw that the residents here, the voters registered at this polling station, had already queued up at the gates. They were confirming their registration particulars so that once one gets inside here, he or she will know which stream to get into and begin the process. This is one of the streams. The other ones are the far end. And as you can see, these are just some of the people who have turned up here. Maybe let me see if I'll get just 1 or 2 of the voters to speak to them before we get inside the polling room. Labda uongee na mimi utatuongelesha ndugu, tuambie tujeni unaitwa nani na nini unaona usharauka, umekuja umejitolea kuja kufanya haki yako, sio?
Ndio.
Tuambie jina.
Naitwa Margaret Njeri. Kutoka hapa Kanyambora. Nimekuja kuchaguana ndio nichague.
Una imani uchaguzi utakuwa sawa?
That is Masombo bringing us up to speed on the situation in Mbere there. But let's go to Jeff Kirui, who is in Malava. Good morning, Jeff. How is Malava this morning? The exercise has started. What's the latest from Malava? And what's the feeling on ground?
Well, very good morning, Aseto. Quite a chilly morning here in Malava. We are at a polling station called Lunyu in Shindu Shivanga. This is Manda Shivanga, rather. This is in Malava constituency, Kakamega County. This is a by-election that is actually considered very consequential in terms of shaping the 2027 general election. Right now, this particular polling station has 2 streams, and each stream has a total of 395 voters. And by 6 in the morning, we were here. That is like 20 minutes ago, and the gate is open, and we are expecting that as voters are streaming in gradually to this particular polling station. And just to bring you up to speed, in this particular constituency, this is the 3rd largest polling station in terms of the registered voters. And in Manda Shivanga, there is a total of 14,677 registered voters. This is the 3rd largest ward in Malava constituency. And as I had earlier indicated, is that this particular contest, the Malava parliamentary by-election, is a consequential by-election in terms of the kind of firepower that has been deployed during campaigns period. We've seen from the Kenya Kwanza side, we've seen the big wigs from the Kenya Kwanza administration, Musalia Mudavadi, Moses Wetangula. We've seen CS Wycliffe Oparanya camping in Malava constituency to campaign for their candidate David Ndakwa. On the other side as well, that is the side of the opposition. We've seen the likes of George Natembea, we've seen the likes of Eugene Wamalwa, Cleophas Malala. They've been campaigning for their candidate Seth Panyako. And it is a contest that, despite the fact that there are a total of 9 candidates, it's shaping out as a 2-horse race between UDA's David Ndakwa and the DAP Kenya candidate Seth Panyako. And it is actually a contest that is about flexing political muscles ahead of the 2027 general election. For the side that is in the government, it is an opportunity actually to make a statement to the ruling regime Kenya Kwanza that they are indeed influential in this region. And I can see there is a gentleman who actually has voted, but is I think he is also engaging some of his and neighbors around here. But to take you through the process of voting here, the first people who were actually allowed at the polling station were the agents of all the candidates, the 9 candidates. Their agents were here to witness that indeed the ballot boxes were empty. They were indeed to confirm that there were no ballot papers that have been stuffed into the ballot boxes. But yesterday there were some few incidences that were reported in Malava as well as these sides of Webuye. There were confrontations between supporters of the 2 main candidates, that is the UDA candidate and the DAP Kenya candidate. And we understand that there are some few guys who've been injured and hospitalized in Webuye. Anytime from now, we'll be expecting the group from the DAP Kenya. This is the polling station where Seth Panyako will be casting his vote, and we understand that he will be accompanied by the DAP Kenya party leader Eugene Wamalwa to cast his vote. And then now we will of course proceed from here to have a spot check in various sites. I can see there is a convoy making its way into this particular polling station. Remember, this is Lunyu in Manda Shivanga polling station that Seth Panyako is expected to be casting his vote. And this is a convoy coming right now, and I am actually guessing that this particular convoy is for Seth Panyako and Eugene Wamalwa. We had received information reports that Seth Panyako was intending to vote as early as 6 in the morning. And yes, indeed, this is him. I can see Eugene Wamalwa making his station. I can see also the candidate Seth Panyako making his way to the polling station. Remember, this is a polling station. This is a ward that is the third largest in Malava constituency. Malava constituency has a total number of registered voters, 94,417. And as per the figures of the 2022 general election, the total number of voter turnout at that time was slightly above 57,000. That tells you that is just slightly above 50%. And there are concerns that perhaps this particular by-election, we are going to witness a slow voter turnout, if anything, if the 2022 general election is anything to go by. And I can see, here is the candidate. I'll try to see if I can speak to Mheshimiwa Eugene Wamalo and Seth Panyako to tell us about whether, how the situation has been so far. Mheshimiwa, we have Mheshimiwa Eugene Wamalo, the DAP Kenya party leader, and Mheshimiwa, we are live on KTN right now, and perhaps I know you've had a few spot checks around the constituency. How has the situation been so far, the security situation and the preparation generally by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission as well as the security apparatus?
The situation has not been good, and as we announced yesterday as the united opposition with my colleagues Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka and Rigathi Gachagua in Nairobi yesterday, there is state-instigated violence to intimidate voters. As the last polling that we did, Seth Panyako was ahead at 58%, followed by Ndakwa, the UDA candidate, at 38%. So the state has come heavily to Malava, targeting this constituency to see how they can close the gap. And they're using heavy bribery. As of yesterday, the women rep Kakamega, Elsie Muhanda, was here dishing relief food, beans, rice, blankets, mattresses, relief food, to bribe voters. There was heavy voter bribery yesterday. But as of this night, there has been heavy violence. Honorable Seth Panyako has been attacked with his dear wife, not far from here. Here we are at Lunyu polling station. His restaurant is just down the road at Kaburengu, Downhill Hotel. They attacked almost 1,000 youths who were under the command of Farouk Kibet. They were led by Stanley Livondo. And Rashid Echesa. They attacked Mheshimiwa and Nabi Nyamweya, the MP for the neighboring Lugari constituency. So as of last night, they attacked Mheshimiwa and his wife at their hotel.
Is this an issue that you've raised perhaps with the security heads here?
We have just been to hospital. A lot of people have been injured. Blood has been shed. And we believe this was a deliberate assassination attempt on Mheshimiwa here and his wife. They had to escape their residence where they were, kwa pikipiki. And we've just come from Webuye District Hospital, Sub-County Hospital. I would invite you to go there and look at the injuries. There are those who have been stabbed in their stomachs. There are those whose intestines are out. We've just come from theater. They're being operated upon. And the leader of these goons has actually been Nabi Nyamweya, Stanley Livondo, who has been known for violence in Langata and other areas of Nairobi. That violence has been brought to Webuye. Some of the thugs that have been brought here came from Lucky Sama, from Ruaraka, from Kariobangi and Kibra. Some of Livondo's supporters. They have come here to attack very peaceful lawyers who are preparing to vote in their next member of parliament to replace Malulu Njeri. And we want to tell the IG of police, the police are being used as a tool of violence against citizens of Kenya. And they are working in cahoots with known goons. When they attacked the hotel, the goons came in first to charge. Then they were unable to open the gate. The Land Cruiser of Matete Police Station with armed police officers were the ones who broke the gate to access Mheshimiwa. So Mheshimiwa had to escape on a motorbike. All his vehicles have been damaged. The people have been injured. And we want to tell IEBC that this candidate of UDA, Bwana Ndakwa, should be disqualified. To go to the extent of actually wanting to harm his opponent, who is the people's choice, cannot be left unchallenged. So we've just come from hospital, and we want to say that apart from the violence we have seen today, the voter bribery, which are actually grounds for disqualification of this candidate, we want to see action taken. Yes.
Perhaps you can also speak to the candidate, that is the DAP Kenya candidate, Seth Panyako. Mheshimiwa, what exactly happened? Maybe you can just give us a first-hand information of what transpired yesterday.
First, I had information that the police were planning to raid our hotel. And I went to social media and I said the police are planning to raid our hotel. And then I thought it was just a joke. So I said, I'm here, I'm taking something, I'm waiting for the police. Because I believe when the police come, they'll come and give you the charges, give you search warrants, or whatever they have, so that they can be able to access your premises. But the police did not show up. Around 8:30, I was inside the hotel, seated with my wife. And then I was informed that Stanley Vondo had arrived, and he wanted to see me. So I went out the door, and he called me. I've never sat with Livondo. I've never greeted him. I've never met him actually in my life. I just see him. I used to see him dishing money in choppers. But I've never been close to him. How he called out my name, and he told me, come. And I told him, I can't come. I'm in my home. That hotel is mine, so it's my home. So I retreated back to the hotel, and I told my assistants, tell Livondo to come in. And when they told him to come in, he refused. And he had actually doctored his number plates for the vehicles. He had put sellotape, the black one, so that if it's a T, it looks like a P. And my people told him, look at your vehicles. Why have the number plates been doctored? You know, they have been moving around with numberless vehicles, bribing people, threatening people, causing violence. I've reported to IBC so many times. Nothing has happened. But what is interesting is that Salim, because where you have reached, we must say the truth. Salim, who is the returning officer for Malava constituency, told me point that there is nothing he can do because there are orders from William Ruto to have me eliminated so that I'm not on the ballot. And so I knew at the back of my mind that William Ruto was doing this. It's not about Nyamweya. It's not about Farouk Kibet. It's not about Livondo. You know, when the dog barks, you go for the owner. The owner of these dogs is William Ruto. If you go to that hotel and see the damage that has been caused, you can't believe that we are in a civilized country. So it became apparent that 8 Land Cruisers were out, 8 they're called cruisers, Brados were outside my premise at that time. So when they failed to enter and Livondo was retreating, it appeared that my security knew those people, and some of them were asking those criminals, what are you doing here? Why can't you go back? So they retreated. And when they retreated, I got an intelligent information that Nabi Nyamweya had recruited and Rashid Echesa had brought, they were going to bring in some goons from Kisumu, in hundreds of them. So I was informed and I was told to leave. At that time, the only means that was available for me to escape was on a motorbike. So I escaped. Then after that, over the 100 that had been told actually happened. They came, they went straight to the room where I normally sleep with my wife. And they damaged it, and the entire hotel was damaged. And they have knifed, and because seriously, grave, as I'm coming from Webuye, one of my security persons is in theater. So intestines were out, his stomach was torn apart. My driver was knifed in the eye. And when I look at this, I reflect in 2022, the late Njeri try to kill my tribe. This level of violence have continued because we have weak systems in this country. If the late Malulu's attempt on my driver's life was seriously taken, and our courts are useless. The judge was bribed with 3 million, threw out my case, and fined me 3 million to pay the people who wanted to kill me and my driver and my assistants. I have not paid that one because Malulu died, unfortunately. Today, I believe you can see clearly here that there are no voters. The people of Malava have been disbanded. They don't think there's need for them to vote. They believe that William Ruto should have his country the way he wants. But we will not allow that to happen. I want to ask the people of Malava to come out and vote in large numbers. I may not be here tomorrow, but their right to vote and their right to life must be respected. I know Ruto does not respect life. He has killed many people. He has killed our youth. Don't ask me questions. I'll give you time to ask questions. I'm saying Ruto has killed our youths. All of us know that Ruto is a murderer. He has no respect for sanctity of life. I may not be here tomorrow, but I want to ask my people to vote, and vote overwhelmingly to show William Ruto that the power belongs to the people. Even if I don't become the member of parliament, the people of Malava, with the extent of the violence that we have seen, an attempt to kill me, to assassinate me, it is true that the people of Malava have already won. The war is over. Whether they vote or not, the war is over. It's over.
So I think we want Mheshimiwa to vote, and we want to invite you to accompany us to the hospital to see the victims of this violence. This violence is meant to intimidate the voters, to cause voter suppression. As you can see, this is Mheshimiwa's polling station, and very few people have turned up because they know Mheshimiwa was attacked last night, and they are scared. The police are being used, working with goons to scare off voters. And as we do this, we know that they have imported 10,000 pre-marked ballots. The intention was to scare off voters so that they can cast these ballots in these polling stations. So allow us to escort Mheshimiwa in to cast his vote. Yes.
Not individual. There are very many people.
And his staff at the hotel.
Well, we are still coming to you live here from Kanyombora Primary School, which is one of the popular polling centers here. And this particular polling center, as I had indicated earlier, is that it has 3 polling stations. That means that the streams that are being used for the purposes of voting here are 3. That clearly indicates that it has close to 2,000 registered voters here. And this is also the polling station where Democratic Party leader Justin Muturi will be coming to cast his vote here. Speaking to him yesterday, he had indicated that he'll be voting at around 6:30. It's already 6:30, past 6:30. He's not here, but we're expecting him any moment from now. Remember, this is a very important poll for the people of Mbere North, considering that it is a vote that will be deciding who will be their next member of parliament. The position here fell vacant after former MP Geoffrey Ruku was nominated and appointed cabinet secretary for public service by President William Ruto. It is a constituency that has a total of 55,124 registered voters, and it also has 3 wards, that is Muminji, Evurore, as well as that's Muminji, Evurore, and then the ward. And if we just go by what happened in 2022 at this constituency, is that we had, from the 55,124 registered voters, we had a voter turnout of about 68%. And right now, as you can see, if the numbers will maintain as they are flowing right now, then we might get close to that or slightly more than that, because as by the time we were arriving here at the gates and the queues were already up, people are voting, moving out, others still streaming in. We expect that maybe turnout will slightly be more than what we witnessed, what was witnessed in 2022. And this is also a poll that has attracted a serious attention. We have seen it during the campaigns period, bigwigs, so to speak, in the political space, camping, pitching tent here, campaigning for their preferred candidates. We have seen the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, pitching tent here, campaigning for the United Democratic Alliance candidate, Leonardo Muthende. We have seen the former Deputy President, as well as the party leader of Democracy for the Citizens Party, Rigathi Gachagua, also pitching tent here, of course, leading the campaigns on the opposition side, trying to sell the manifesto of their candidate, the opposition candidate, that is Newton Karuk, who is vying on a Democratic Party ticket. But they are not the only ones who are seeking to represent the people of Mbeere North. We have 7 other candidates. This is a race that has attracted a total of 9 candidates who are interested in representing the people of Mbeere North. Other than the 2, Newton Karuki and Leonard Muthende, we also have Duncan Ireri Mbui, who is vying on Chama cha Kazi. We have Albert Murimi Njeru, who is vying on National Vision Party. We have Reverend Isaac Ngiri Murungi, who is vying on United Progressive Party. Ruben Kamadhai, who is vying on Alliance for Real Change. We also have Lawrence Ireri on Safina Party. We also have Daniel Ireri of Kenya Moja Movement. And finally, we also have Simon Waiharo, who is vying on Umoja na Maendeleo. So whichever the outcome will have a very big say when it comes to how the region will be, how the region will be voting, or the political life of this Mount Kenya region come 2027, because there has been supremacy battles between who is actually in charge of Mount Kenya region, and that is what was witnessed during the campaigns between Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki and former DP Rigathi Gachagua. Whoever wins will have a big say in this outcome. So all eyes are actually on Mbeere North. By today evening around 5 p.m, voting in all polling stations should have closed, and of course tallying will begin. From we will be here, we'll move across other polling stations, and later on we will be pitching tent at St. Bakita's Siakago Girls, that is on the other side of Mbeere North, where we will also be following up on all the tallying that will be happening until when a winner will be announced from this for this particular constituency, that is Mbeere North in Embu County.
By-election. It is few minutes past 6, and you can see that the queues here at Agoro Sare Primary School, one of the leading polling stations in numbers of the polling stations here, is already up and running. We're talking about 8 rooms at Agoro Sare Primary School that have been experiencing a long queues since morning. And I can tell you that one thing that we have observed here since this voting started, we can clearly say that the number of people who are turning up to vote are basically elderly people who have been here, and they have been queuing these lines from 6 a.m. just to ensure that they can cast their vote as early as possible and probably head back to their duties as they wait to see what will turn out from these results. The campaigns have been intense here at Kasipul. The campaigns have been intense. We have been seeing a number of candidates, a number of aspirants, and a number of leaders from ODM party camping here just to ensure that their candidate, that is Boyd Were, the son to the slain former MP Charles Ongondo Were, could clinch this particular seat. We can confidently confirm that the voting process started at 6 a.m. across all wards. You may ask yourself, why are we exactly at this particular point? This is the most centrally located polling station, and anytime from now we're being told that the aspirant, the ODM aspirant, that is Boyd Were, will be making his way here to cast his ballot before maybe moving around and just trying to see how the exercise is going on in other areas of this constituency. Kasipul has 5 wards. This is the largest ward, boasting around 15,600 voters, and it is a battleground that everyone will try to swing in and try to get some votes that will amount to something at the end of the day. After the completion of this process, of course, we'll be going to Agoro Sare High School that is just across here. That is, we will be acting as the tallying center of the constituency. But as Dan can show you behind me, these are, once you arrive here, like these women here, they arrived here and they went to one of the polling stations, there, but they have been redirected to where they should be casting their ballot. The IBC officials here have been doing a tremendous job just to ensure that there is no confusion and the process is moving on as smooth as possible. When you arrive here, of course, you'll confirm your name from the register that has been pinned on the walls, just to see if your name falls under this polling station and probably which room you should be moving in to cast your vote. After that, of course, you armed with your ID, you will move in there and try just to see if your name really is on that register after queuing in the Kim's kit and all that. But of course, the secrecy is all here. When you move inside the polling station, you can clearly see that the votes are there. No one is interfering, and we have also tried to interfere very little with whatever is happening in that polling station. The security apparatus have been here. I have to tell you that everyone speculated that Kasipul will be maybe one of those regions that will experience some mayhem and some chaos basing on the campaign period that we've had. Remember, during the campaign period, we had 3 people when the 2 groups of, that is Boyd Were's camp and Philip Arroko's camp clashed. We had 3 people losing their lives. So the security apparatus here have been heightened to the highest level possible. And you can see, once you cast your ballot, once you walk out there, you will be directed, get out of this particular polling station. That was the statement from the CS Interior, Kipchumba Murkomen. He was categorical yesterday that once they will not allow any form of loitering. Once you cast your ballot, that is the end. You move out of the polling station. Once you cast your ballot, you go home. There's nothing called, we will be here guarding our votes. That is what the police officers are trying to ensure is happening here. And I have to tell you that when you walk in this particular polling station with a car, with a motorbike, with a motorcycle, you have to leave your car, a motorcycle, over 100 meters from where the queues are and where the voting is indeed happening. Then you will have to walk to this particular point and be directed on how to cast your ballot and ensure that you have your democratic right being exercised in this particular polling station. Why Kasipul is important in the voting exercise is that Kasipul has been the battleground when it comes to Homa Bay gubernatorial race. This is where the entire ODM politics starts from. Anytime you want to be a governor, you have to have a firm grip of Kasipul. That explains why we have a deputy governor from this particular point. But there is an interesting scenario when you talk about deputy governor in Homa Bay County. All of them were elected on ODM ticket. I'm speaking about Governor Gladys Wanga and her deputy Charles Oyuge Magwanga. They were elected on ODM ticket. But of course, we've been having, there have been bedroom issues in that administration. And we have seen a number of times Gladys Wanga polling on one side and her deputy polling on the other end. That has escalated into this by-election where Gladys Wanga, who is the chairperson of ODM, is supporting the ODM candidate here, Boyd Were, but her deputy, who is also a voter in this particular polling station, is supporting an independent candidate. That is Philip Nahashon Aroko. That one shows you that maybe there is a change in interest in that in the county administration structure. We've also seen that Aroko has attracted other leaders, not from Homa Bay County, but from the region, who have predominantly not been supporting ODM party. We're talking about former Migori governor, that is Okoth Zachary Obado, who was here a number of days before the completion of the campaign periods. And he was categorical that he is here to ensure that the ODM orphans continue to be ODM orphans. We don't know exactly what he was meaning with that statement. So it will be interesting just to see how the entire voting will turn out, and this will be it will be a litmus test to the grip, the firm grip that Gladys Wanga has over Homa Bay County, and probably whether ODM party will stand its ground, just to see that its stronghold, the original strongholds, stand firmly behind the ODM party, even after the loss of their party leader, that is the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga. There are also been speculation that this election will determine the course of the broad-based government. Remember, from the region, they boast a number of candidates who are enjoying different positions at that level. So this is also a litmus test to see what is their support. Remember, we're just 1.5 years away from the 2027 general elections, and it is important for them to prove to the regime that they are indeed influential, and they are indeed able to show their dominance in the particular race. But of course, we'll also be trying to speak to some of the voters who have been here. Have they really cast their ballot, or what is happening, and how is the process in there? We'll just be trying to move in and see if done, we can try and move in, and just to see if we can speak to some of the voters who have made their way to these particular queues just to cast their ballot, and how exactly the process is in this particular polling station. Once you arrive here, as I've indicated earlier, you are directed on where you will be heading. You are directed on the polling station that you will be voting in, and I'm seeing a gentleman here. He has been directed to another hall. His name is not in this particular polling station. He has been directed to room number 7, where he will be casting his vote. But exactly, this is inside one of the polling stations, and once you arrive here, of course, you're seeing some IBC officials here. They direct you on where to go. You can see one of the officials here holding the King's kit, where you will have to queue in your particulars and just try to see if your name is in this particular room. Then on the other end, we're seeing another lady here just holding the ballot paper that will be stamped. Then it's folded before you head to the booth where you are going to cast your vote. But I have to tell you that also the IBC officials here, who, after casting your vote, of course, like the lady there, you have to bear that mark to show that you've casted your ballot, and also just to ensure that maybe no one casts the ballot more than once. The agents are here. I have to tell you that they are the first people who arrived at these polling stations, and once they were here to ensure that this ballot box was indeed empty. There have been some rumors that there were plans to stuff the ballots, so they were here just to ensure that no one stuffs the ballots, and to ensure that the process is indeed as fair and transparent as possible. But that is exactly what is happening. There is an officer there who is also helping the people here. When you come in, you are not able to read, you're not able to write, there is an IBC official there who will help you to just ensure that you cast your ballot correctly and you vote in the candidate you intended. The booth, you can see, it is purely secretive. Once you arrive here, you are the only one on that booth, just to see that you exercise your secrecy. Of course, you're not moving in there, just to ensure that the process remains as secretive as possible. You know, the regulations of IEBC allows one person to cast his ballot. I'll just maybe try to speak to the gentleman who has cast his ballot there, just to see if he will be telling us maybe how the process has been. Okay. He's being reminded that you need that mark before you leave the polling station. Ndugu, labda tu kwa dakika moja tu. He is in a hurry. But as I have indicated earlier, remember we've experienced a limited number of young people, the Gen Z, who have turned up to this particular point. The numbers of people that we are seeing in these particular polling stations are elderly, majorly people who are above 35 and 40 years. But of course, it's still very early. We will be following up to see if indeed they'll be turning up. Remember, they have been forming the biggest number, the largest chunk of voters who have been turning up in those particular rallies. But this by-election in Kasipul has also attracted a number of high octane campaigns. All leaders from ODM, the bigwigs, apart from the Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, who was here once or twice. We've seen all the deputy party leaders. We've seen the acting party leader, Oburu Dinga, who also been here drumming support just to ensure that their candidate, that is Boyd Were, clinches this particular seat. But that is interesting. Everything has been done. The campaigns are done. Today is the day to know exactly who sold his manifesto well and who exactly will be replacing the slain Charles Ongondo Were. The race has attracted 10 candidates. 10 candidates, but of course 4 on independent candidature, and the other 6 are sitting pretty on different political parties. But of course, the race has narrowed down to 2 main horses, that is Boyd Were and Nahashon Aroko. So that is exactly what we are doing here, keenly following to see the 67,513 residents of Kasipul who are registered in IEBC system. Will they move in there, cast their ballot, and eventually elect their member of parliament, who will be sitting for 1.5 years in the 13th parliament before we just head to the main polls in 2027 that will be determining the next course of action. We'll be heading out. That's exactly what is happening in a polling station here in Kasipul. And of course, the residents, the numbers are swelling since morning. They are eager. They just want to exercise that democratic right, just to ensure that they have representation. Remember, they have been missing a representative for nearly over 6 months. So this is an opportunity for them to exercise that democratic right. This is an opportunity for them to really elect a member of parliament who will steer the course of action for the next 1.5 years before we head for those polls in 2027. Over to you, back to studio.
Well, a very good morning. Well, a very good morning. We're coming to you live from Kwandomo Polling Center, a center that have 6 polling stations in Sabaki Ward. And just behind me, just few people who've turned up. Actually, we saw no queues in the morning when we arrived here, but so far some people have been trooping in slowly. And some of these people who've already come include the candidate, one of the candidates who is Ngumbao Kalama, who's at the moment speaking to the media. Ngumbao Kalama is vying on a DNA party ticket. Remember that at this particular polling station, we have about 638 registered voters that make about 9,589 registered voters in the entire ward. But right now, can you allow me to speak to the presiding officer of this particular station? Seems to be a little bit busy, but let's just speak to some of the people who've turned up for this morning's exercise. Majina yako ni
Emmanuel Kalume Kisa.
Leo umefika hapa majira ya saa ngapi na shughuli kwa unayonaje?
Nimefika hapa mwendo wa nusu saa iliyopita.
Na shughuli imefika, unayonaje shughuli wenyewe?
Naona inaendelea vizuri kwa taratibu. Watu wako katika mpangilio mzuri.
Hivyo nataka umalize shughuli hii mapema kisha uende usubiri matokeo.
Shughuli zingine. Sawa.
Haya, asante. Kidogo naona mama yuko hapa. Mama wanakuita nani? Wanakuita nani mama?
Kanze Sulubu Kazungu.
Mbona unaongea kwa sauti ya chini hivyo mama?
Kanze Sulubu Kazungu.
Okay, Kanze Kazungu. Umefika hapa mwendo wa saa ngapi?
Saa 1:30.
Na shughuli unaionaje?
Naiona inaendelea vizuri.
Labda umepiga kura katika kituo hiki kwa miaka mingapi?
Miaka 12.
Kila uchaguzi unakuja?
Nakuja hapa.
Okay, nashukuru sana. Allow me to talk to the presiding officer. Majina yako nani, natuelezea shughuli ilianza saa ngapi na kufikia sasa? Kidogo tunaona ni mwendo wa kujikokota.
Tumeanza saa 10.
Majina tunani?
Majina anaitwa Abubakar. Mimi ndio niko kwa hii polling station. Ni Benjamin Philip Kiribai kwa jina lingine ambalo liko kwa kitambulisho. Sasa tumeanza saa 12 na tuliangalia wapigaji kura wanaendelea kwa vizuri kufikia sasa. Voting inaendelea vizuri.
Kituo hiki kina wapigaji kura ngapi ambao wamesajiliwa?
Waliosajiliwa hapa ni 638 ndio wako kwenye sajili.
Hapo kidogo tangu tuingie tunaona mwendo ni wa kobe.
Mwendo ni wa kobe, bado wanajitokeza.
Ukitazama kule kamera yetu.
Tunashukuru. Asante.
Asante. Hivyo nasema shughuli nzima itafungwa mwendo
sana. Vizuri, tunaomba Mungu tumalize salama.
Okay, nashukuru na kutakia kila laheri. Well, that is one of the 5 presiding officers here at Kwandomo polling center that, as I said earlier, has 5 polling stations. Remember that the entire constituency of Magarini has about 193 polling stations with 80,128,000 registered voters. From here we'll be going to a nearby polling center that is Kibokoni Primary School that has about 4 polling stations. Then thereafter we'll make sure we traverse the other polling stations that make up these Magarini by-elections. For now, it's back to you in studio.
Thank you, Tobias Chanj, and the entire team. That is Bramwell Buire, Jeff Kirui, who have been bringing us up to speed on the situation on ground. We saw earlier in Malava there as Jeff Kirui was having a conversation with the candidate, that is Seth Panyaku, just explaining what happened yesterday as campaigns were ongoing. Also just speaking in terms of voter intimidation that happened in that constituency as well. Bramwell Buire, they're coming to us from Kasipul, bringing us up to speed on the exercise as it's ongoing. Earlier, we also had a discussion with our reporter Clement Masombo, who is in Njeri, bringing us up to speed on the situation that we see, and I've confirmed that the exercise of voting has started, ongoing smoothly, and we hope that these will continue being peaceful as the day continues. But in studio with me we have Benjin Dole, who is a political analyst, and Dr. Enoch Ondari, political analyst as well. Karibuni sana, as we just look at what the by-elections mean to Kenyans. And if you just look at Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, we have the 2027 dress rehearsal. And choices and consequences. Now, the country's 24 by-elections have morphed into a bruising proxy war between President Ruto and his estranged deputy Rigathi Gachagua. Now, a battle for political survival disguised as local contest. Every ward and constituency has become a testing ground for 2027, with money, state machinery, and ethnic loyalties pulling in opposite directions. The outcome could redraw alliances, unmask the depth of interference, and jolt the country's political architecture in ways that will echo far beyond these mini polls. As we talk about the ongoing by-elections, one would say it is a litmus test on numerous grounds for IEBC security operators, litmus test for 2027 general election. But according to you, Daktari, just how significant are these by-election? Because never have we witnessed a by-election that has been charged as this one.
Thank you, Dennis, and thank you for having me. I think the title, the headline for today's Standard puts it clearly that this address rehearsal. This is like a midterm election in the more progressive democracies. And as you've rightly put it, is that it's a litmus test, and I want to look at it as a litmus test to the current administration led by UDA party under President William Ruto. And we have not seen a by-elections this crucial in the recent times in Kenya. And we are seeing areas where we could expect the government to just walk through. Areas like Kisii, where the government has always gotten support, and now you can see that UDA is struggling. In Luo Nyanza, you can see Kasipul. Kasipul is has been traditionally an ODM ground, but you can see them now fighting for survival. And I want to believe that the independent candidate is has support from both sides, from the ODM side, from the UDA side, and the independents also support him. So whatever the outcome for these by-elections, I think the greatest loser will be the government. The government.
Yes. Benji, if you just look at that headline there, you look at what the IG said. The NPS reiterates its unwavering commitment to executing its duties impartially, professionally, and in strict adherence to the Constitution in order to facilitate a peaceful, free, fair, and credible electoral process. And we also see
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm La Ubaga. The by-elections have kicked off in various parts of the country, with voters turning out in some areas in large numbers, and in others the lines seem not to be forming in these areas. However, the IBC has assured voters to turn out in large numbers, saying that they are assured of security in these areas. This even comes as polling stations have already were opened as early as 6 a.m. and are expected to be closed at 5 p.m. when voting will begin. This event comes as the Interior CS Murkomen Kipchumba also assured Kenyans who are going to turn out today for the voting exercise of their security, saying that police officers had been deployed across various parts of the country to ensure the exercise continues without any disruptions. In various parts of the country where we have their by-elections taking place, for example in Malava, we have already seen that the candidate for DAP-K, that is Seth Panyako, has turned up to cast his votes together with the DAP-K leader Eugene Wamalwa. This is even after they were interviewed by KTN. Wamalwa said that there's been heavy violence that has led to the attack of their candidate Panyako. Eugene blamed the attack on UDA candidate David Ndakwa and businessman Stanley Rivondo, further claiming that police are being used to carry out this hooliganism.
Some of the thugs that have been brought here came from Lakisama, from Ruaraka, from Kariobangi and Kibra, some of Livondo's supporters. They have come here to attack very peaceful lawyers who are preparing to vote in their next member of parliament to replace Malulu Njeri. And we want to tell the IG of police, the police are being used as a tool of violence against citizens of Kenya.
He added that several individuals have been injured and are currently admitted at Webuye Hospital.
A lot of people have been injured, blood has been shed, and we believe this was a deliberate assassination attempt on Mheshimiwa here and his wife. They had to escape their residence where they were, kwa pikipiki, and we've just come from Webuye District Hospital, Sub-County Hospital. I would invite you to go there and look at the injuries. There are those who have been stabbed in their stomachs. There are those whose intestines are out. We've just come from theater. They are being operated upon. And a leader of these goons has actually been Nyamweya, Stanley Livondo, who has been known for violence in Langata and other areas of Nairobi. That violence has been brought to Webuye.
And elsewhere, Panyako has confirmed that he and his wife were attacked at their hotel, despite them reporting to IBC and the police.
If you go to that hotel and see the damage that has been caused, you can't believe that we are in a civilized country. So it became apparent that 8 brothers were outside my premise at that time. So when they failed to enter, I got an intelligent information that Nabi Nyamweya had recruited and Rashid Echeza had brought, they were going to bring in some goods from Kisumu, in hundreds of them. So I was told to leave. At that time, the only means that was available for me to escape was on a motorbike.
He further blamed the low voter turnout on fear, but called on Malava voters to not to be intimidated, but instead turn out in large numbers and exercise their constitutional right.
I may not be here tomorrow, but I want to ask my people to vote, and vote overwhelmingly to show William Ruto that the power belongs to the people. Even if I don't become the member of parliament, the people of Malava, with the extent of the violence that we have seen, and attempt to kill me, to assassinate me, it is true that the people of Malava have already won. The war is over. Whether they vote or not, the war is over.
That's the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find a tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament. So
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own
faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated.
In this country,
the following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutua Mjengo, Mama Mboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
But the law ought not to be campaigning for individuals because they are state officials. But we saw that happen, and IEBC as well quiet on that. And you look at the muscle that the government is flexing on the citizens of the country, and one would just ask, at what point then does the law not become a suggestion, but it is a requirement, it is a tenet that each and every single individual ought to respect, and IEBC ought to equally ensure that everyone plays by the rules?
Dennis, it is very tough to mainstream a culture of constitutionalism when the violations or the violators of the Constitution, for example, we talked about CSs, are people at the highest echelons of society. A CS flies a flag on their car, you and I don't. So it's always very unfortunate. But I don't mean to sit here and just kind of be an attack dog against the president or the government. But to be fair, the president did not believe in this constitution. To be fair, he led a campaign. You know, the people often forget, and sometimes Senator Mtata surprises me because he's a very dedicated soldier for the defense of the Constitution. But Okiya Mtata, who I worked with in the civil society, was against the Constitution. They felt that the Constitution was too liberal, too progressive, too sophisticated. The president is kind of a hands-on leader. He wants to be able to pick his deputy, dismiss his deputy if they don't get along, get a CS to do his bidding, and what have you. And so, I'm sorry to say, but the constitutional tenets are kind of an inconvenience. They're annoying. And to be fair, once again, Uhuru was the same way. It's only that Uhuru is more of a nice guy, you know, but Uhuru didn't care about court orders. Uhuru didn't care about the Constitution. And so what we need is very serious political hygiene and constitutional discipline. And kind of that's not there. But you and I can only sit here and talk about it. I think AG Justin Muturi's book has more details on the hiring process in public service. A file comes, you open the file, it has no KCSE certificate. You peruse the file, it has no university degree. For the appropriate, when you call and ask, you're told this is what State House wants. When you talk about things like tribalism, that so-and-so doesn't have these, but Nimkale. Nimsapere, those kinds of things. It is on you and I to continue to advocate for Article 3.1 of the Constitution of Kenya, which gives you, Dennis, the locus standi to stand, promote, defend. I don't know if you're a lawyer, Daktari.
No, I'm not.
The Constitution of Kenya. Article 3.1.
Yes.
It is on yourself and her and the producer to defend, promote,
and uphold
the integrity of the Constitution of Kenya as written. That's not me saying. And so you have the avenue, even on this show, to expose wrongdoing, to take a stand against wrongdoing, to go to court, to do all manner of things, to protest, to picket. And that's why, just as I wrap up, Dennis, you saw, for instance, legislation, I think it was pushed by Kimani Ichung'wah, to try to push people into a corner when they're doing demos. There's a lot of unconstitutional thinking even to limit the effect of legitimate protests, and also to infiltrate those protests and to delegitimize them, because then they're infiltrated by goons. All this thinking can only come from people who do not understand and do not believe in the Constitution of Kenya 2010.
If we look at...
I'm sorry to say.
If we look at the ongoing by-elections today, and we look at how both parties have gone hard in making sure they secure these seats. You talk about ODM, talk about UDA, you talk about the United Opposition, and it is a high-stakes election. And with that, is there a feeling that Kenyans finally, that the political class are afraid or understand that finally Mwananchi has a say? Have Kenyans woken up as well to understanding the power they have in that vote?
Sure, and I think that is thanks to the media, the 4 states, and as I think is it Edmund Burke who said it way back in the 18th century that the 4 states, the most important of they all, that because of the you can see that from this studio here, we have seen what's happening in Magarini, we have seen what's happening in Malaba and all over. And Kenyans, everybody's able to see what's happening, and therefore Kenyans are now more enlightened. They know what's happening. And in this time and age, I think rigging elections will be a tall order for anybody who wants to do that.
And as you can see, those are live images from Barry North, that is former Attorney General Justin.
But my question, Dennis,
as he's ready to address Kenyans there.
But my question, Dennis, allow me, because we're here to do permutations and to help citizens think and understand. I wonder, and it's something I often ask. Let's get the answer from Daktari.
Let's go to Barry North and listen to what Justin Muturi is saying.
Because in some places I've received some very interesting stories that young men and young girls walking to polling centers, holding their ID cards and saying, now, whatever it takes, we must cast our ballot. And I think, for me, I think so far it is encouraging. I have no cause to complain. Yeah.
You're saying so far so good?
So far so good.
Then immediately after you cast your ballot, you had indicated you'll be moving around the constituency. Is this still the case? At what time is your candidate also, the DP candidate, expected to vote, and where?
Well, my candidate is registered in his ward, Momenji. I understand at Karambari Primary School. That's where I'll be voting. He had indicated to me last night when we parted that we'll be casting his ballot around midday today.
So far, how do you assess the complaints you had about possibility of interference, say through goons or insecurity? What is your assessment so far within the first hour of voting?
Within the first hour, there's been no incidents has been reported. I have checked with the people in Siakago, around the town. I've checked with the people around Ishiara, and yes, you can see the situation is calm, and therefore my assumption is that if all goes well, we should get an incident-free polling day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have any concerns about the roadblocks that have been erected along the roads?
Well, I heard the story about the roadblocks, which the particular reporter who mentioned about the roadblocks started saying that were elected from around Nyamweya, which is in Kirinyaga County, coming all the way to Embu. I think it is a good thing because if the police are serious, then they should be able to pick out any bad elements that may be coming from outside the county to come and could disrupt the process. Yeah, I think it's a good thing.
The side yesterday said that it is you in the opposition who are planning to plant goons and blame the government for it.
We have no intention of doing anything like that. In any event, as you can see, you will see here where we are. We cannot plant goons because we know we can almost predict the result. I have voted here since 1974, and I know I can tell you, I know the voting pattern. I'm very, very confident, and we have no reason to even imagine of bringing goons that could cause disruption, cause intimidation, fear, and discourage candidates from, voters from coming to vote.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Democratic Party leader, there now.
Well, that is a need to cast his vote. This is his polling station, and he says that he's confident of coming out victorious. Of course, let's follow him up as he goes in to vote.
And those are live images coming to you from Mbeere North, where former Attorney General Justin Muturi is walking, going to cast his vote there. And he is optimistic also that the exercise will continue to be smooth. But what he said earlier is on his way there, he saw young people with their IDs saying, whatever it takes, we must cast our vote. And he says that is a good indicator that people, Kenyans, finally know the strength and the power that they do have in that vote. And as you can see, that is just Justin Muturi meet and greet of those who are there to equally cast their votes. Our reporter Clement Masombo is there following that for us. And as we continue with the discussion here, and Benji, even as Justin goes to cast his vote, we were having a discussion in terms of, have Kenyans finally know the power that they have in that vote, that is their voice?
You know, eventually you wise up and you realize that 200 shillings or 2,000 shillings today as a bribe, and then you suffer for years to come, especially for 5 years in a general election, obviously cannot be worth it. So yes, Kenyans are wising up. They've been through a lot. This country is a traumatized country. It's gone through a lot. But also, I was just asking before we went to the small break to listen to the former speaker, the former CS. I just wonder, you know, seeing what happened in Tanzania a few weeks ago, you know, a sham of an election. My question was to Daktari, if this happens in Kenya in 2027, in practical purposes, you know, we're on a broadcast, what will happen actually?
First, I think it will never happen in Kenya. Kenyans are more very enlightened. You saw what happened with the Gen Z uprising in 2024.
I was there in the Gen Z protest.
Yeah, so that was, I show that Kenyans now realize that they have the power in their hands.
That Kenyans would come out.
Should come out.
Yes.
But one thing disturbs me, that when a government in power with all the state machinery that they have, to use militia, to use hired goons to deal with its own citizens, it shows that the government actually has lost it. And what happens is that now there'll be breakdown of law.
Yes.
And if there is breakdown of law, I think it's very difficult to even govern. Even as a president, I think that should worry
and in
so
fact,
much.
when you talk about the Gen Z protests, when you talk about infiltration of goons, the protests eventually subsided when goons infiltrated the same.
Yes.
And it now, just from my understanding and from information that I get here and there, I guess it's a testament to the professionalism of the military, because CS Duale did deploy the military that time, but the military was just professional, patrolling, escorting, greeting Kenyans.
Just to show that they heeded the call of the president, because it's only the president, the commander-in-chief, who can...
But the military actually did not butter. So is that like an indicator that the military is actually professional, as people say?
All credit would go to our security officers, the military, and how they handled themselves during the
protest. But the police did butter
But as you talk about the police, that's a different case. We even have a police officer who's in the docks, and remember the case of Boniface Mwangi, who was shot and Rex Masai and many other over 60. But even as we talk about that, then we look at the by-election today, and we look at how the campaigns have been, So if you go to other areas, we saw violence preceding the by-election today, And one would ask, we even had the utterances that political class were issuing. And one then asks the question, we have very many agencies that ought to have acted. Where is NCIC? Where is the police to arrest those who are giving all these utterances? We look at IEBC. Why are you not speaking when these things are happening? Because like we've said, election is not an event. It is a process, and everything else that happens before the actual day of casting the vote would determine the credibility of an election, which then asks the question, the agencies that we have today, the NCICs, EACC has given its report, but then again we see an individual with questionable credential ends up being at the ballot. Are we handling it right? Are we missing the point? How do we fix it?
Dennis, allow me to take it very briefly, because I am privy to information. The NCIC, for instance, it is my observation, has been under Kobia, who was completely out of his depth in that position. I feel there's new hope now, because the NCIC now is led, it has a new CEO. I think the commissioners are going to be staffed very soon, but the day-to-day running of the secretariat and the operations, the NCIC has a new CEO. Let me see here. His name is, and he really is now keen. Mutegi, Mr. Mutegi. He's a young, millennial Gen Z who is well aware of the problems of NCIC and how it has just overseen the destruction of the fabric of society, tribalism, hate speech, all manner of, and zero consequences completely to politicians. And so when you have that kind of environment, it can only get worse, because then people have no regard for the law, they have no regard for the constitution, ultimately they have no regard for each other. And so without that, and I said yesterday that this is IEBC's, the new IEBC's first pregnancy is today. The delivery is today. If Ethacon fails this test, he shouldn't even consider going forward to 2027. Because this is a small election. If you cannot feed 14 kids, how can you feed 14,000 kids?
And what does this do to the country's reputation? You see, of course, we are comparing ourselves to Tanzania here. The reputation is completely damaged. So we need to take very good care of our reputation as a country, because if we let it go on the way it's going on, I think Kenyan reputation will completely be eroded. And the rule of law, this escalation, as we said, what happens now will be multiplied several times in 2027. And therefore, all those agencies, the NCIC, the ESCC, the DCI, all those, they need to come out clearly and be seen and be heard and actually prevent this from escalation. Because the allegation that were made by the United Opposition yesterday about the ballot stuffing, they even gave the numbers of ballots. That should not happen in the present day.
Terry, on a normal day, if that allegation was given by the United Opposition or ballot stuffing, that squarely lies with the IEBC. What, in your opinion, ought to have been IEBC's response in terms of assuring Kenyans and the residents who will be casting their votes that the election will be free, fair, and credible?
You see, what Kalonzo said is that some of the ballots are not serialized. You know, when you do not have serialized ballots, then it means that you cannot account for the ballot that you have that will be cast today. What they should have come out to do is to show us that the books that have been delivered to the polling centers are all serialized. They could have told us that. And then now invite the media, because the media is the eye of the common mwananchi, to show them exactly the kind of preparation they have done on the ground and to allay those fears.
But Doc, let me correct Dennis.
Of course, they'll deny.
My younger brother.
Yeah, they'll deny.
Your question is a little skewed because if, let me use a different analogy.
Yes.
IBC was asked to open the servers in 2017. Did they open the servers?
Never.
But
did they open the servers?
Benji, hear my question.
Yes.
I am talking about an IEBC that is run by one Ethicon.
Yes.
I am speaking about a statement that was given by Kalonzo Musyoka and crew the other day. What then should these IEBC, led by a new leadership,
what can they do?
Respond to assure those who have given this statement, Kenyans,
this is
that the election will be free and fair?
But let's say, for example, you know, because someone like Gachagua is someone who, until just last year, is a consumer of intelligence. Okay? You cannot imagine that Gachagua has. So let's just say, for instance, that there is some credibility about this ballot stuffing stuff. What did you expect me to say?
We expect IEBC, one would expect that IEBC would assure Kenyans that the elections are free and fair. And first of all, as that is their job, because IEBC, where they sit, is to assure Kenyans that the exercise that they are midwifing is free and fair. Fact that they are silent on the same, then Kenyans are asking the question and even start asking, are these allegations true? It is IEBC's job to assure Kenyans, to deny.
But you don't just
give us assurance.
Denying outright can also be propaganda.
So Dennis, yesterday, it was all on the social media yesterday, there was violence planned in Malava. I mean, we said this, just social media and people are just hyping these issues, but you've seen what happened last night. People were attacked and exactly the people were stripped naked, some of them, and they are bleeding over there, and I think very many have been injured. So whatever is said, I think there's some truth into it, because people are not madmen to come out and say things that they cannot verify. So I know that IBC will come out and deny those allegations, but the true test of that is today during the voting process. I mean, there were allegations that there's going to be blackout. If we have a blackout today, then it tells us that what was said is true. So that IBC, what it should do is that it should follow these things, and now I'm happy that there are cameras all over. People have mobile phones that have cameras, and whatever happens, I'm sure it will be put on social media, it will be in the mainstream media, and people will see what's happening. Therefore, their credibility, even if they denied or they assured Kenyans, is today. How are they going to run today's elections?
Yes. Benji.
That's why I said it's their first pregnancy.
It is their first pregnancy. But even while at it, so one would say, fine, Kalonzo Musyoka and the United Opposition have given their statement, right?
Yes.
But then again, the burden of proof lies with them. They have to prove that information they've given is credible, because one would also not want politicians to come out and be alarmist. Just how then should they package the information such that they are not alarming citizens, but that they are communicating with a view of getting a solution?
It's just to be responsible. It's just to always put the country first. It's important to be truthful, but at the same time, you don't want to burn the country. And I said this again yesterday in a different interview. One of the things that really bothers me about the ruling class is no matter what you hear political leaders say, in this particular crop, they are really all the same. They've all worked together. They have all been on different sides of the political divide at the same time. They have really, most of them, all been in KANU. So it bothers me a lot, Daktari, that,
yeah, sure.
You know, Eugene Omalwa, Musalia Mudavadi, William Ruto, Kalonzo Musyoka, Justin Muturi, Uhuru Kenyatta, Fred Matiang'i, Rigathi Gachagua. You know, these are all pretty much just the same guy in a different shirt, on a different day, on a different side. Raila Odinga, God rest his soul. And so what the country actually needs ultimately is a political leadership that is so passionate about the Constitution, that is so passionate about Mwananchi, that is so pro-Mwananchi and so pro-poor, that the country actually comes first, not just political ambition. Otherwise, you also have a political crop of leaders, Dennis, who are not afraid to burn this country, and indeed, they've done it before. Indeed, they have taken this country to the brink before. We've lost thousands of lives and property. And when it was time to do, relocations and resettling of IDPs, even the money that had been allocated to that, and the parcels of land, etc., Dr. You look like a lawyer.
I'm a medical doctor.
The Swazuri and the rest, did their funny games. And so it is really a reality and unfortunate that we don't have a culture in this country, Dennis, where the leadership has to have a passion for Kenya first, for unity first, for Mwananchi, before even these small by-election victories and national general election victories. It's possible to plunge this country into chaos, and it won't be the first or second or third time.
So we hope we don't get there. We hope that we respect the law.
It's our prayer, yes.
Daktari,
but our prayer is not enough.
Let's look at this election,
Yeah.
We look at how different political parties have invested everything in this by-election. And you extrapolate this to 2027, and we expect it even to be one of the most expensive elections ever held in the country by how much that will be spent during the campaign period. But if you just pause there and ask the question, is it about Mwananchi? Is it about changing the country? Or is it about political expediency? As we look at what both political classes are doing today, it is all about who will control the conversation, who is likely to form the agenda 2027. They are saying this is a litmus test for 2027 because he who wins the election today will be a sign of what will happen in 2027. But is it about the people? Is it about service to Mwananchi? Or is it about maintaining the political expediency that has been the culture in the country?
Dennis, Mwananchi has now been on the table when politics comes into play. We're just the pieces of chess that are moved around. Look at the current, the main constituencies where by-elections are happening. Look at Malava, for example. It's in Western Kenya. There is the DAP Kenya brigade there, led by Eugene Wamalwa and Natembeya. And then there is the government with Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula there. So whoever wins will be seen as the kingpin for that region. And the Kenyan politics is politics of kingpins. Take people from different regions and put them together, and then you have a political party, and then you form government. So that's why in Western Kenya, you've seen, of course, they say that Moses Wetangula is known to meet violence against his opposers in Western Kenya. And that's what happened, I think, last week, and again, what you've seen last night. So it is a fight for supremacy, and Mwananchi is not a consideration there. Whatever happens, it's for me to be in government, to have the say. And the opposition wants to be in government. The opposition wants to show them that they're with the people. But Kenyan politics have become so transactional. There are rumors that as late as yesterday, millions and millions of shillings was released from State House to the constituencies, to the wards. A ward like in Nyamweya, there was one day that there was 7 choppers landed from Nairobi here, members of parliament, cabinet ministers, they landed in Nyamweya. Our MCA seat, 7 choppers. You know, you calculate that 7 choppers landing there, how much was spent on that election? It's millions and millions of shillings, which could have been used, put into better use to bring development to the people. That's why I'm saying these by-elections is not about the people. It's about the powers that be, the fight for the national cake. That's why after these members of parliament, after these MCAs go into office, they don't care about you, Dennis, and I. It's about themselves. Because you have spent millions of shillings.
Investments,
investments. I mean, I have to recoup that in the remaining years.
Benji, briefly, but...
And this reminds me of what happened in the year, I think, 2021, in Kisii, in a place called Njeri constituency. The whole government was there, but the people were against government that time. And the ODM candidate was an opposition candidate that time, actually emerged as a winner in that mini election. So even this one here, I think from what's happening, I've seen what's happening across the country. The government...
it does depend on if the people's feelings are sour on the ground.
How do you have to work? And people will take the money, you will use the money, yes, but they'll vote with their conscience.
Benji, when you come back, I want us to go to Ugunja and listening to Daniel Kariuki. But when you come back then, shouldn't the elections be about Mwananchi? Shouldn't all these leaders think about Mwananchi? But let's go to Ugunja and touch base with our senior political affairs reporter, Daniel Kariuki, who is based there, stationed there, and is bringing us up to speed. Good morning, Kariuki. How is Ugunja? We've just seen a beautiful photo of a beautiful image there of a police officer assisting an elderly woman go through the exercise of voting. But what exactly is happening on ground? Did the polls open on time? Kariuki.
Thank you very much. And you said it right, that this is Ugunja. Now we are at one of the polling stations here in Ugunja. This is Siror primary school, where it's part of the polling station. It has 2 streams, and you can see the pictures on your screen is just some of the, or rather is the 2 polling the 2 streams here at this polling station. And already the residents, or rather the voters here in Ugunja constituency woke up early to come and cast their vote ahead as they wait to know the next member of parliament who is going to lead them for the next about 2.5 years until 2027. And this morning, the large part of the those who are queuing, who are waiting to vote, the elderly woke up very early to come and cast their vote. You will see from the queues that most of those who are queuing are the elderly. Maybe the youth are expected to come later on to cast their votes. So this is the 4th polling station that we have managed to visit, and I think this is one of the polling stations that has the numbers really. Most of the polling stations that we have visited, there is low voter turnout in Ugunja constituency as we speak, and maybe it is expected later on the numbers might increase, or rather the turnout might change. But as it stands right now, several polling stations that we have visited, the turnout is a bit low. This Ugunja constituency is the constituency that was being led by the cabinet secretary for energy, that's Opio Wandai, who was elevated by President William Ruto into the cabinet last year, and the seat fell vacant, and so they are seeking to replace Opio Wandai, who is going to be making his way to the polling station where he votes later on during the day. He is a voter here in Ugunja constituency at around 11 a.m. But there are about 10 candidates who are battling out for this space, and I had just like I had told you, most of the people who are voting right now the elderly. We get to see an image of one of those elderly who have already voted being escorted after casting her vote out of the polling station after she just cast her vote, being escorted by the security officer there, and of course an IEBC official. After they're being given priority, the elderly, to first vote, and then once they're through, they're escorted out of the polling station. Once you arrive here, the first thing you do is confirmation of your name as a voter before you queue, and then once you get to the area, you confirmed again with the KIMS kit, and then once your name is confirmed that you are a registered voter, you are given a ballot paper. Remember, it is a by-election, so it's just one ballot paper, and the exercise is very swift and very fast, because it's just one paper that you're being given that has the 10 names of the candidates here in Ugunja constituency. All the candidates are having parties. There is no independent candidate, so you can see from the picture there the security officer confirming the IDs so that the process is a bit swift. The 10 candidates, we have Wiper party candidate, we have ODM party candidate, as well as Kenya one candidate, and we also understand that the ODM candidate is going to be casting his vote here at this Royal Primary School in Ugunja constituency later on. So you're going to be following to know how things are going to be going as we await his coming here to cast his vote. So I was telling you the process is a bit swift because it is just one paper that they are receiving. Remember, during the general election, they get at least six ballot papers, and the process becomes a bit slow. But today, since it is just one, it is faster. When we arrived here, the queue was not that long, but as time moves, it is moving on swiftly. We have not encountered any challenges or any interruption with this by-election here in Ugunja. The polling stations were opened on time at exactly 6 a.m. and they are expected to be closed at around 5 p.m. according to the returning officer here in Ugunja, that is Dennis Omari, who addressed us yesterday and said that they are going to be closing at exactly 5 p.m. so that they start the process of tallying the votes that will already be cast. But if you're going to be inside the polling station before then you will be allowed to cast your vote, and after that of course you're going to be following to know how the situation is going to be. In terms of security, it has been beefed up. Remember, Ugunja constituency is a constituency that has not witnessed any violence like it has been witnessed in other areas that have organized or rather are going to be participating in the by-election. The other areas, about 2-3 constituencies where we have witnessed violence. It has been relatively calm. The situation here has been calm, and even the process of voting is peaceful, and security officers are keen for ensuring that the security is beefed up. Also, we understand that at least 240 security officers have been deployed to this area in various polling stations. We have at least 116 polling stations across Ugunja constituency that has 3 wards. Here in Ugunja constituency, we have 3 wards, and so the 116 polling stations have been spread across those wards that make up the Ugunja constituency. So definitely we'll be here to keep you updated and to bring you to speed with what will be happening in Ugunja constituency throughout the day. But for now, I want to hand it back to studio.
Kariuki, as he brings us up to speed on the situation in Ugunja there, as he tells us the exercise is going on smoothly, that security has been beefed up with beautiful images of security officers there assisting the elderly who are being given priority to cast their vote and head back home. That is the spirit that we want to see, even as many still continue to queue to get an opportunity to speak and cast their vote. Benji, as we were going, before we went, we touched based with Kariuki, it was a question of elections and being pro-Mwananchi, all about service delivery. There is a feeling that elections in the country, especially from the view of political class, has been about maintaining status quo, has been about political expediency, and never about Mwananchi. How do we fix that? And how do Mwananchi ensure that as much as we're giving you a vote, we will ensure you work for us?
You see, we said earlier that everything rises and falls on leadership. And we gave the example the other day of Tanzania under Julius Kabarage Mwalimu Nyerere. Even though it was a single party state, a single party in quotes dictatorship, things were better under the multi-party CCU Chadema situation you have today. And so that's one example. It really does depend, Dennis, on the holder of an office. You can have the most sophisticated country in the world. America is a good example with independent institutions, America today. But look at America today under Trump. A convicted felon with all manner of cases. One case was just dropped literally yesterday in the state of Georgia, where he was trying to influence the election in 2020. And the president called for Senator Mark Kelly just the other day to be put to death because the senator had called, himself a former military veteran, had asked military, Jeshi, not to respect any illegal orders from anybody, including the commander-in-chief. The president has said that Mark Kelly needs to be put to death. And so this is a fight. It matters who you put into office. And this is the lesson not only for Kenyans, but for Africans. You could have the best constitution. You could have independent institutions. You could have a hardworking populace. If you put a criminal in office, it will never work. And that is the lesson from MCA to governors and senators. If you look at Kiambu County. Ferdinand Waitito, I think, has a case for, the government is trying to take back 1.9 billion from Ferdinand Waitito. Waitito was putting up his buildings, not in dark alleys, but right on Koinange Street, in the heart of the CBD of Nairobi, with sheer impunity. You cannot, Dennis, expect to pet a snake and then express shock when you're beaten. It really is about character. In fact, one of the American presidents said, competency. By the way, on the break, I was just getting a medical lesson. Our brother here is a medical doctor, and he's really a sharp one. But competency and ability are nothing without character and integrity. I mean, you can be able to do those things, but you have no character of doing, so you're just a thief.
Sure, and Benji, unfortunately, that one is replicated all over Kenya here. Only very few counties are lucky to have governors with integrity, with the competence and all that. I come from Kisii, where we elected, we voted for a song. That's what I always say. That,
yes, exactly.
You know, it was a very catchy song, Euphoria. Euphoria. But now, just 3 months after the election, people realize that they have made a huge mistake, and we'll have chance in 2027 to rectify that.
This is for MP or?
For governor.
Arati.
Yes. So I think what we are trying to say is that I watch football. Last night I was watching Arsenal play versus Bayern Munich. You can have a good team, but without a good coach or a manager, you will lose.
A leader.
You will lose. A leader, you need a leader. Even a captain of that team really matters a lot. You know, that's why you see a team that has been losing all through, they just change the manager and the fortune change immediately. And that's what we are seeing in Kenya right now. is that from top to bottom, things we did in 2022, we need to change some of those things.
Terry, you raised something that is very critical, and this therefore lies squarely on their hands, feet, and the pitch that is Mwananchi.
Yes.
That individual that comes to ask for your vote, remember, the greatest power that Mwananchi has is on that vote, that ballot.
Sure.
Therefore, it behoves upon Mwananchi to critically understand, ask difficult questions on whoever comes forward and asks for that vote. And we look at Kenya today, 2024, where Kenyans rejected the finance bill, and that has been a movement, and one would say that has been replicated across the world, you know.
Yes. Yeah.
And finally, one would say that Mwananchi has understood the power that they do have, but have they? Because you look at Finance Bill 2024, you look at 2025, the demonstrations that happened, but then you look at the campaign period for these by-elections, and you see, sadly enough, it's again the young people who are being used to cause violence. Have we learned the lessons?
Yes and no, because you look at the literacy rates we have in Kenya here. The literacy rates have been increasing since independence, 1963 to date. And the more literate people are, the more likely they are to make informed choices. Yeah, and the politicians have a way of twisting these things around and what do I call it? Have followers. You know, I've seen people who have sworn that they are not going to take part in elections because they didn't like the outcomes of the previous elections. But near elections, you know, there's that euphoria that comes in, the hype that comes with the elections, and you find that those people are so much excited. And that following, you know, Kenyan, as I said, in Kenyan politics, has kingpins. You know, where you come from matters a lot. Even at the constituency level, where do you come from? What is your community saying? If you have a community behind you, then you need only to just galvanize your community, and you will be elected as an MCA, as a member of parliament, or even as a governor. In Kisii, where I come from, for example, we have 9 constituencies. Each of those constituencies have their voters, and one of the biggest blocks of voters. You know, if you have the vote from the biggest block constituency, then you will be assured of being a governor in that county. Therefore, people tend, you know, it has become scientific. There's a way they'll come, people even hire strategists to look at these things, but Kenyans now are learning that money alone cannot buy you a seat. You need to tell people what you're going to do for them. And if you don't do for them, like the current president promised us heaven when he was campaigning. The bottom-up economic approach, I don't know what that was, but now people have realized that was all hogwash. And that's why he's in big trouble right now. So Kenyans, I think they have learned. The only thing we need to tell them is that you judge your leaders according to what they have been able to do and what they are going to do for you. Don't just be hoodwinked. And it might make sense. There is this 5 trillion plan by the Kenyan president. Where do you get 5 trillion as Kenyans to move Kenya from a third world? Yeah, we're third world.
Yes, we are third world. Yeah. Even from my travels, etc., we
to a first world.
We just have a lot of hope.
Where do we get that one? You know, we are not a manufacturing country. We don't manufacture. We are an agricultural country. And you see, even right now, I was reading the papers that with the rains, our agriculture is rain-fed. We have not gone to irrigation
like Israel.
So how do we get 5 trillion to move Kenya from a third world country to a first world country? That's an impossibility. So when he says it, people will get excited, but go behind the scenes and
I now get why you
Dennis, can you allow me to underscore something in one sentence? Can you allow me to underscore something in one sentence? Because Daktari is obviously an intelligentsia. You know, I'm surprised he's not a teacher as well. I like to help unpack this just in one sentence, because he's someone who can influence, he can reach a governor, he can be an advisor to a governor or a president. The reason we have such a jobs crisis in this country, Dr. because people don't talk about this, is because when the following industries went down, because a lot of people never analyze and find out, how come in Kenya you can be a young graduate, 25 years old, but maybe unless you know someone, you cannot get a job? In what kind of country is this that you cannot get a job unless
you know somebody
or pay even money, etc.? So, sisal, pyrethrum, cotton, coffee, tea, sugar. Now, I've just given you just a rundown.
6 years.
If you look at the farming, cultivating, harvesting, planting, processing, packaging, export, when all these industries went down, my brother, that's how we lost all these jobs in the counties.
Sure.
So that you can go into the CBD today, Daktari, and you just find able-bodied men like you just sitting about the whole day, jobless, hopeless, penniless.
So
it is the investment into industries, and the building up of the real revival of coffee and all these things,
and that's what
that can now bring. That is how you bring jobs back, bring hope back. You bring counties into not just waiting for exchequer.
And Benji, with that,
but into creating economies.
With that, with what you've just said, we look at the industries that we grew up with, the industries that moved this country.
They moved this country,
and
they all went down to the last one.
Today, then, it's important for Mwananchi to understand, to ask questions on, if I give you my vote in my county, in my constituency, how do you bring back these jobs? How do you bring back manufacturing? Because like you've said, 2024, you were there in the streets for anti-finance bill 2024. And you look at 1 year later, today we have this by-election and everything around it. Are you in a position to say that Wakenya wamegutuka? Or are we the same Kenyans that will get to election day and still take that unga mattress and...
That's such a good question. That's such a good question, Dennis. I say this all the time and I'm a political scientist. That's why you have me here. Something shifted last year. For sure, some normalcy has come back, but something shifted last year with the Gen Z movement. The Gen Z factor, and I'll just highlight for you, you can see I'm a former data analyst, so I'm very fond of data. You have constituencies that are against the president. That's just a fact. And to tell him otherwise is to lie to him, and it's immoral and it's wrong. So, for instance, you have the 7 million who didn't vote in 2022. It's very hard with the kind of CV that the president has had now, his PR, which is pretty bad, to imagine that those 7 million somehow that didn't vote because they didn't think between Raila and Ruto, God rest Raila soul, that any of those were worth it. That's a constituency of 7 million. The church, the president has continually complained that the church has left him, that the church is inciting Gen Zs. Gen Z as a constituency, salaried people, hustlers. Anybody who is seeing all these deductions without commensurate returns. I've just given you about 5 constituencies right there. Now, how Mount Kenya is another one, 6 in its entirety. The going becomes very, very tough. And the reason is that with what happened with Gen Z, you see what Gen Z did, they stood up and said what everybody knew, but nobody had the audacity or the guts to say it. So what Gen Xers never did, what millennials, said grudgingly.
They laid back.
And then now we're in the entire social media, AI technology, where the expression of anger for them, which I have discouraged a lot, is put off. And with the spotlight, remember there's been a shift on relations, Kenya-America relations. There's a lot of drama right now in Minnesota. repatriation of refugees, cutting of programs,
the Somalis,
Somalis who have been and a lot of this money. So just last year, President Ruto was in the Oval Office. Today, he can only talk to Marco Rubio. This is a time where things like ballot stuffing and what have you can attract very serious, quick consequences from the country where Trump is very unhappy with a lot of things. You see, he threatened Nigeria the other day. He threatened Nigeria with military action. We are at a time when a lot of things have shifted, and the Kenyan populace is getting smarter by the day. We are not where we need to be, but Kenyans are smarter, and dare I say, Dennis, they are angry. Because as you saw from the report yesterday by Oxfam, Kenyans are also poorer. That's not me saying, that is data. That is Oxfam giving data and saying that 125 individuals own the equivalent of 42 million Kenyans. I hand it back to you.
I think, and Benji, thank you for the accolades, but I'm not going to be anybody's advisor. I'm running for governor in Kisi County 2027.
Oh, I didn't know that. You're, the guy who says a joker.
Sure, yeah. So,
and I'll help you on that.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Asante
Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk.
There's been erosion of democracy in Kenya, and I think that has been said. Even what you're talking about, President Trump, I think they are not very happy with what's happening in Kenya, and that's why as Kenyans we need to come up and put our leaders to task. So I want to wish Kenyans well. Those going for by-election today, I want to wish them all the best. Let the best candidates win.
Yeah. You see, elections, well, like we've just said, is not, it's not an event, it is a process. And with that today, we see Kenyans going to the ballot to make their decision, to make their choice, to choose their leaders. And with that, we hope that and pray that the exercise continues to be peaceful. We have our reporters across the country who will be bringing us up to speed on what is happening. I want to say asante sana to Benji Ndolo, political analyst, and Daktari Enokondari, political analyst, for being part of this conversation as we just exchange ideas on what Kenyans must do, where we are as a country, IEBC, what must be done, and the need for Kenyans to understand the power that they have in that vote. We take a short commercial break. When we come back, we continue with this extensive coverage of the by-elections that are ongoing in the country today. Barongo University will hold its 10th graduation ceremony on 27th of November 2025 at the University Pavilion. This year's theme is Commissioning Champions of Change for a Better Future. The chief guest will be Cabinet Secretary for Education, Julius Migos Ogamba. This event will be live on KTN from 10 a.m. Congratulations, class of 2025.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM. .5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting, people went there, sat, listened, looked at him, there was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu hawaulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis.
Yeah.
Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find a tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutu wa Mjengo, Mama Mboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis.
Yeah.
Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find a tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is this?
First of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament. So
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu hawaulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now he abandoned, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutu wa Mjengo, Mama Mboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed.
We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary
that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process
Kenyans continue to queue to go exercise their democratic right to vote. We have our reporters in Kasipul, Jeff Kirui, Bramwell Buire is in Kasipul, and will be bringing us up to speed on the same. But the exercise is smooth. Security has been heightened as Kenyans continue to exercise their right. Remember, it is the same exercise in Magarini where Tobias Chanji is bringing us up to speed on the exercise that is taking place there, and further in Mbere where Clement Masombo is at, and many other reporters, including right here in studio, as we continue to bring you up to speed. In Baringo is Ken Gashu. Shall be touching base with him as he follows on the senatorial by-election that is taking place there. In Ugunja, we have Daniel Kariuki, who as well will be touching base with, to just paint the picture on the process that so far we have seen is peaceful. The exercise is continuing well. In studio, we shall be having a conversation with Professor Alfred Omenya, who is a policy and governance expert. Titus Okechu is a governance expert, and Irungu Nyakera, who is former PS planning and a Nairobi DCP patron. Conversations on how this by-election is going on and what exactly this means to REBC and Kenyans and the political class come 2027. But before all that, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission says it is ready for the by-elections now, with the final batch of the materials now in the centers. These as Interior Ministry tightened operations to forestall any possible disruptions of the mini polls.
The upcoming by-elections have changed from routine constituency contest into a high-stakes battleground for both the government and the opposition. These mini polls will act as a national thermometer, offering the clearest early signal of voter sentiment ahead of the 2027 general election.
It's not just a question of winning. For them, it must be a decisive win.
For the government, the races are about defending its turf. A loss, especially in areas previously aligned with the administration, will signal a shift in public sentiments, a warning shot that voters may be growing impatient with, among other things, the high cost of living and increased taxation.
Government knows people are already tired. If they want to be honest with themselves, they must have intelligence reports. You know, government is very extensive. So they already know. I think the government should have woken up long time.
You can just, when he's saying, I want to kill, what do they have, etc., he's really feeling the pressure. That's a fact.
The upcoming by-elections will see over 400,000 registered voters across key constituencies deciding who will influence their path to 2027. In Mount Kenya East, Mbere North alone accounts for around 55,000 voters, making it a crucial moment for government and President Ruto's former deputy Rigathi Gachagua.
For the government, it will be very damaging. Because remember, they are losing in an area where the president got 100% support. So if the government loses, it will be extremely damaging for them because they need optics. They need to show that the support, government is zero support, they exist.
This is about egos. Gachagua wants to hit back at his former boss. And the former boss who taught him a lesson wants to teach him another lesson.
Western Kenya hosts two hot contests, Malava with 94,000 voters and Ugunja with 60,000 voters, both closely watched for signs of coalition strength. Along the coast, Magarini brings 80,000 voters into play, offering a unique barometer for Gachagwa's influence beyond Mount Kenya. A strong showing here could signal that his political reach is expanding into regions historically aside his base, giving him greater leverage in building a national opposition ahead of the 2027. While in Barasa in the northeastern region adds another 32,000 voters, highlighting the reach of the political battle across regions. While the numbers may seem small compared to national totals, each seat can shift parliamentary balance, outline who controls the region, and set the tone for alliances ahead of 2027. For the opposition, a win could be proof that the influence to former DP Rigathi Gachagua in Mount Kenya remains intact, despite growing political isolation. It will strengthen his position in the region's succession politics and give him leverage as alliances begin to form ahead of the general election.
Gachagua, the victory has been really good, 58 and above. But if he merely wins and you consider all other factors, it would mean, in my estimation, let us say Karis wins by 51, 52%. That tells me that Ruto can get 30% of Mount Kenya vote in 2027.
For the government, holding the seat or flipping other major ones will send the opposite message, that the mountain is warming up to new leadership and State House still commands trust in a region crucial in the national vote.
For the opposition, they will be a bit confused because by now they understand that the people are not with the state. So in the event that the state loses, there will be confusion. They will have to think out how did that happen because they don't expect. I can tell you this for free. The opposition does not expect the government to win that seat.
Analysts say a loss of the government will ignite pressure, embodying internal factions, promoting calls for policy adjustments and forcing a rethink of its political strategy.
Pressure on Njeri to win is very high because if he wins, then he can demonstrate to the president that I can deliver. So he is likely to be retained. If he loses, the president will start thinking maybe I should look in the direction of Nyanza or Western.
But the stakes cut both ways. If the opposition loses, especially in perceived strongholds, it will raise serious questions about the ability to convert public frustrations into actual votes. As the country waits for the outcome, these by-elections are not just about filling vacant seats. They are a national political barometer which will tell if the country is drifting away from the Kenya Kwanza government and whether the opposition is offering a compelling alternative. Grace Nyanga, KTN.
Thank you, Grace, for that report. But then again, we also just touched base with Grace. Grace, good morning. Happy to see you this morning. And you see, Grace, when we talk about politics, it's a game of numbers. And in this by-election, it is the very same numbers that will determine who is the winner and who is the loser. But even while at it, what are the kind of numbers that we are looking at in the ongoing by-elections, Grace?
Right, a very good morning to you, Aseto, and our dear viewers, including our dear panelists who joined us this early morning. Well, this particular contest is very hot, but of course we want to understand why particularly we're having these by-elections, and of course even bring in the numbers that of course both the opposition and the government that they're trying to garner out of these particular by-elections. And we're going to start with Magarini constituency. Remember, 6 parliamentary contests are happening this particular day, or this is the 27th. Apart from that, we also have 1 senatorial seat and 16 wards. We are going to start with Magarini constituency, where we have 450,070 registered voters. Of course, some may argue that it is a small number, but it is very significant because it's going to speak a lot about how the opposition and the government are prepared ahead of the major election, that is the 2027 general election. How did we get here? We got there after the Supreme Court nullified the election of Harrison Kombe, who's now vying again under ODM ticket, and he's going head-to-head with Stanley Kenga of the DCP party. Another contest, Aseto, that I say is very keen to watch out, because most people have been assuming that Gachagua is just a leader of the Mount Kenya region, but he has a candidate in the Magarini constituency, and of course we're going to see how that pans out. Another one is Barasa constituency in Mandera County, where it has 32,703 registered voters. Here, of course, we know how we got here. It's because because of the former member of parliament, the late Kulo Malim Hassan, died following a road accident in 2023. Both Magarini and Banisa are some of the constituencies that have had no representation for the longest time, because we're talking about 2022 and 2023. So since then, today, they have not been having any representation, hence why we are having that particular by-election in Banisa constituency in Mandera County. Away from that as well, we have these are the candidates. As I said, we have Hassan Ahmed Malim, who is the brother of the late Malim under the UDA ticket, and we have Mohammed Nuruddin Malim, another candidate of the UPA ticket. This contest, of course, we're expecting to see how that particular one will also pan out in Banisa constituency. Apart from that, we are also going to another hotly one, Mbere North constituency. This one, I know all eyes are on this particular one, because for most it is a battle between the government and the opposition. Of course, others argue that it is a battle between the deputy presidents, the former deputy president Rigathi Gachagua and the current, that is Kithure Kindiki. It has 55,124 registered voters. As I said, it is a contest that, of course, many are waiting to see how that will pan out. Both the deputy presidents, the former and the current, have been camping here at Mbere North for a week, trying to woo voters to vote for them. So we are talking about 109 polling stations and 124,000 registered voters. We move on now to Malava constituency, another constituency that they are. Of course, these are the candidates of Mbere. We have Leo Muzende under UDA. We have Waihoro Saibon Maura under UMP. Muringi Isaac Njeri of UPA. And as I said earlier, we also have one from the DCP party. Apart from that, we also have the Malava constituency. Of course, where we're having this by-election following the death of the former member of parliament, that is Malulu Njeri, who died earlier this year. It is a constituency in Kakamega County with 94,417 registered voters, 133 polling stations. As I said, it is also another keen constituency that we are looking at. And also from the reports that we had last night is that there were chaos in Malava, but of course our reporters are going to be telling us more of that. But the voting process has already begun. We're talking about two hotly contests, all right? From the United Opposition, this is a candidate from the DAP Kenya, that is Panyako Seth, and from the DCP, who stepped down in favor of the DAP Kenya party. So it will be between DAP Kenya and also ODM party. Those are just, that is from the Malava constituency, as I said, another hotly contested. Apart from that, we also have Ugunja constituency. We got here because the former member of parliament, that is Opiyo Wandayi, is now cabinet secretary under the Kenya Kwanza administration. The constituency in Siaya County has 46,478 registered voters with 92 polling stations. Like I said, Aseto, this number seems quite low, but they have a great impact. So we are here in Ugunja, as I said, because the former member of parliament is now in a cabinet, and he's the CS Energy, that is Opiyo Wandayi. Those are the numbers that are coming for you from Ugunja constituency, Siaya County. Apart from that, another hotly contest is Kasipul. But of course, before we go to Kasipul, Ugunja, these are some of the candidates that are vying, including one from Jubilee Party. Very interesting to see how this will pan out. I mean, this is from the Western region. Let us move on to the next slide in Kasipul constituency. Another very important or key polling that is happening this morning. It is in Homa Bay County. It has 67,513, one of the highest actually registered voters. Remember, these voting are from the IEBC of 2022. So they have 67,513 registered voters with 89 polling stations. It is also another key one because the son of the former member of parliament, Ongono Were, who died here in Nairobi following a gunshot by a gunman, his son, Boyd Were, is actually taking head on this he's actually trying to follow the footsteps of his father. He's one of the candidates here in Kasipul. It has been a constituency that has been marred by chaos. If you can remember, Aseto, what happened there, both candidates, Ngodo Were and also the independent candidate Opoko, have been fined 1 million shillings each following the chaos that erupted during the campaign period. But these are the numbers when it comes to Kasipul constituency. But apart from the parliamentary seats, we also have one senatorial seat in Baringo County, where following the death of William Cheptumo at Nairobi Hospital earlier this year, one that shocked the nation, Baringo County has 657 candidates, and it is a battle between UDA and an independent candidate, amongst others. Remember, Kanu party dropped out from the race. Apart from those, these are the candidates for Baringo. We have Kiplawat Shadrack Kibet, AFC Party, Letesio Samuel Beneo, Kipruto Steve David, Benjamin Chebon Kiprop, and Cheburut Kiprono Chemiti of UDA Party, and Kirui Denio Kipchirchir of UMP Party. Apart from that, we also have 16 wards. Aseto, as I said, we are waiting to see how this will pan out, and we'll bring in our viewers, of course, the numbers as and when we get them. Back to you, Aseto.
For that and breaking down the numbers, like we say, politics is a game of numbers, and that just highlights how critical these numbers are in declaring who the winner will be and who will lose. And with that, we just get into this conversation with Professor Alfred Omenya, who is policy and governance expert, and Titus Okech, governance expert, and Irungu Nyakera, former PS planning and Nairobi DCP patron. Gentlemen, karibuni sana, and many thanks for being here. A significant day for this country, a litmus test for both parties, whichever way you want to look at it. A litmus test for IEBC, a litmus test for Kenyans on how 2027 will look like. Nyakera, how has the exercise been so far? How has IEBC fared in preparations?
Thank you very much. I think IBC has tried in that this was actually their first action when they were being sworn in. Kenyans expected that they will swing into action by having the by-elections, and also because the IBC had not been there for quite a while, it means that there was a pile-up of by-elections. So you can see five constituencies, then we have the Senate, and then quite a number of wards. I think this in itself will be a litmus test for how IBC will be able to handle 2027 and whether they are ready. And also will be a learning experience for them. I think so far they have tried. We have had incidences like what our party leader, DCP Rigathi Gachagua, wrote to the chairman of IBC, whereby the vice chair for IBC was accused of participating in bribery, voter bribery in Magarini, and that is on record because it was written and the chairman received that letter. We have had other incidences like in Malava, which the opposition had a press conference on yesterday. Even here in Karibanki North Ward, we have seen even the UDA coming in. And like last night, we just found them just putting stickers, posters in polling station areas against campaign rules. On the night of when the campaign stopped, they had 2 lorries that were distributing unga and cabbages at night until around 10, 11 at night, but they were not being, nothing was being done to them. The police were there, actually even helping them distribute the unga and the cabbages against campaign legislation. So I think today we will get to know whether IBC will be ready in 2027.
Professor, you see, when you talk about the IEBC and this being a litmus test, just based off what Nyakera has described, voter bribery, violence that we've seen in various polling constituencies, and one would have asked the question, if that is what we're seeing today and IEBC silent on it, one would have hoped that with voter bribery, those who are accused or those who are seen to be bribing voters, IEBC would have moved in to deal with that. We've had sentiments and statements being made by the political class, different sides, and NCIC is quiet. But then again, what is IEBC saying? We know in case of Kasipul, the individuals were called, they were fined, they were asked to sign on the dotted line, but that's after the fact.
Right.
What does this say about 2027 if left unchecked?
No, definitely. Aseto, I think these by-elections, they're not that extensive, but they're significant, as we are mentioning. They're significant in all manner of ways. They're significant in terms of the political realignment that we have in the country. They are significant in terms of the political culture that we have in the country. They're also very significant in terms of IBC. And you know, a lot of us were concerned for just how long it took IBC to get in place. A number of Kenyans are still concerned as to whether the IBC is truly independent and competent to run this, or as usual, the political players were able to manipulate the IBC so that the I part of the IBC is irrelevant, the independent part. So these elections are not just about representation and replacing those positions that are vacant. These elections are actually about IBC. That's one of the outcomes of this election. They're the elections that will show us whether we have a strong and independent IBC that can be a fair referee, that can take action against the different political players. You know, IBC that actually has teeth. And Ethicon has to note this quite clearly. Where we are as a country, we have a huge trust deficit. We have trust deficit between us and those who are ruling us. We have trust deficit with almost all institutions in this country. We look at all the institutions quite suspiciously. And that includes IBC and even the judiciary. It's not like we suddenly have a lot of trust in the judiciary when it comes to the political space. So Ethicon and his team must look at this, must ask themselves a more fundamental question. How will IBC restore confidence in the Kenyans? And that has to do, in fact, that's why we are clinging onto this one little gesture in Kasipul, that IBC actually took action. It will be interesting to see the sort of stance and positions that IBC takes on electoral offences. Yes, we've spoken about this, the voter bribery and so on. But another very important thing that we want to hear the voice of IBC on is basically state officers using state resources to campaign in public and even bribing people in public. So we need a position from IBC on these things, even if they don't take action. Being silent is not appropriate and is not adequate.
Titus, there is the question on IEBC, because even when you talk about formation of IEBC and how long it took, there is the question of it was a negotiated IEBC, because we saw proposals from different political class. You know, so one asked the question, which side is IEBC pulling? Because it is a negotiated commission. And with that in their head, just how heavy is the burden for IEBC to prove to Kenyans that despite us being a negotiated commission and going through the political process, that we are here to serve and assure you that we are independent and that we will preside over an election that will be truthful, fair, as enshrined in the Constitution?
All right. First and foremost, we have to understand that IBC is not new. We just have new commissioners.
Yes.
But IBC has been in existence. And that means commissioners ideally are just but a mere face. They are like the electoral officers in the national spectrum, but ideally the IBC has been existing. We've been having the secretariat, headed of course by Marjan, who has been there presiding elections for the longest. So ideally, the commissioners coming in, I don't really think that there's a lot of shift that may have happened within the IEBC. If the structures of the IEBC hasn't really changed as an institution, but we've just changed the faces of people that will be speaking on behalf of the IEBC, then I don't really think that there's a lot of change that has really happened. If at all, we've been having questions about credibility of the IEBC from the past elections, then it may not really be a litmus test to the IBC, But we may just say it may be a litmus test to the individual commissioners that have joined the IBC, because the IBC is not like it was overhauled. What happened is that the commissioners just changed, and these are just the people that will be coming to speak on behalf of the IBC. The secretariat, they're the ones that really bears the whole burden of ensuring that IBC's functions happen. For example, the IT department that wasn't overhauled, it's still existing. They're the people who actually did the procurement of the ICT materials that are used during the election. The procurement department are the ones that procure the ballot boxes, the ballot materials. So we may really say that the IEBC has changed, which is not the truth. We've only changed the commissioners. So the test will be to these individual commissioners, which you already said, it was a negotiated. We have the NADCO report that ideally, even members of the opposition, some of them participated. For example, Kalonzo Musyoka was a representative of the then, he said at that time, the coalition they were in the Azimio, it's no longer existing. But he was part of the people that negotiated the individuals that were selected into the IBC, to be the commission of the IBC now. So what I'm trying to say is that, as Prof said, the problem we've had with the country is trusting institutions. But again, this mistrust didn't just come from a blanket check. It's because of the mismanagement within our institutions that have been given responsibilities to to prosecute, and rather to prosecute some responsibility given to them, which ideally it should be the test to this institution that IBC can be better than it was before.
Irungu, the more things change, pretty much they remain the same, so we changed commissioners, but the infrastructure, those who run the shared IEBC have not changed. But that notwithstanding, this is the commission that we have today. And with that now, you look at what the professor has raised is fact that we have seen cabinet secretaries, state officers campaign during this period. And where that IEBC has not addressed itself to that, we've had complaints that have been raised by civil society, that has been raised by political analysts, by pundits, by governance experts on the need for IEBC to address itself on that, because there is the feeling that government is flexing on Kenyans because of the resources that it does have. And if IEBC today has not spoken on that specific factor, come 2027, we know that one would say what is happening now is what will happen in 2027. But what's the solution? How do we deal with that today to ensure that 2027 it is free, fair, and credible? Because elections is not an event; it is a process.
First of all, the fact the IBC is new. Because once you have a different head, the organization changes. It's the same as saying that Kenya is not different under President Ruto, because everyone else and all the other institutions, civil servants are still there. No, but it's different because when he comes with his own policies, his own manifesto. The same, Ethicon has come in, and he's come in with a new team, and the new team has learned from the previous team on how elections should be conducted, and they're coming with new ways of doing things. And I think, as you said, it's less partisan. It's actually more partisan because everybody who sits there has been brought in by someone. And they will be there serving the interests of the individual or the party that actually brought them. So the Ethicon probably has a lot more work to do to bring them all together to a common cause of that the whole election is actually, and IEBC setup is for the benefit of Kenyans and not for the benefit of the individual parties that put them there. If you look at the state officers' actions, I think, as Professor has said, the fact that IEBC has been quiet on it is very worrying. And it's not like it has been done undercover. There've been posters all over of 7 PSs led by Alex of Petroleum in Mbere, and when they go to Mbere, they are making promises. I think they committed about 500 billion worth of projects. 500 billion, that's how much money we give to counties in a whole year. Where they say electricity, this is how much electricity, these are the number of roads.
It doesn't even get to 500, it's 380 something.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, what they give the counties. And one constituency with 55,000 voters is being offered 500 billion. Even award, like I'm talking about Kariobangi North because I've been there. PS Mary of Health has been there on every Sundays when they go to church. She's there, 3-4 churches. The DCC has been campaigning for the UDA candidate. The police, even my car was hit was stoned when we were there. And they were just there. They did nothing because it's an opposition, the vehicle of an opposition party member. So I think IBC need to speak out. And as we're saying, if they don't, then it means that all of us will be worried about 2027. And we have elections counting, which will be tonight. We will see how the results will be done. The issues that have been raised, that there are 2 ballot boxes that have in many places that will be the ones that are being taken to the tallying station. That has been raised, and we will see how IBC will handle these issues. If we see out of all the 28 by-elections that none end up in court, then we will feel that maybe IBC is ready.
Professor, let me pick your brain here, right? So here's a question where you look at the ongoing by-election and it is a clamor for supremacy in the political class, right? We must prove that we are the ones with the say. But at the end of the tape, there is Mwananchi who will go cast that vote. Right. And one would ask the question, as the political class fights for supremacy, right? Is Mwananchi front and center?
Well, I mean, I think that is a more fundamental question in Kenyan politics. Just the other day, we're talking and we're discussing about the Mwananchi. These particular Wananchis were well branded by a well-known political party. So they were called hustlers. And we were asking a very basic question that has the lot of the hustlers changed? Have they improved over time? Especially these people are very passionate about them. I think Irungu must have been on that side during that time. And we're saying, what is actually the situation of hustlers in 2022, and what is the situation of the hustlers now? Are they actually getting better? And it was in the context of the president's State of the Nation address, because he was very passionate about it, that he made his entire campaign about it. Of course, he no longer speaks about hustlers at all, and another narrative will actually come in. So we know generally that Kenyan politics has never really been about the Mwananchi. The Mwananchi is manipulated to put people in place. And I think that this particular by-election illustrates that fundamental problem in Kenyan politics. In fact, my worry is that the elections have shifted. They're no longer even about the people being elected. Yeah, because initially we were saying maybe it was about the Mwananchi, and we were saying no, it's not about the Mwananchi. We have leaders who are jostling for positions because of greed. So maybe it's about these people who are running for parliament. And incidentally, if you look at what's happening in Malava, what's happening in Bere, what's happening in Magarini, who is campaigning there? You don't even see the candidate. The people who are campaigning are, former MPs. The people who are campaigning are ministers in government. The people who are campaigning are, the current deputy president and the former deputy president. And what they're campaigning about is also very interesting. It's one deputy president telling the other deputy president that he was a failure. You get what I'm talking about? So our politics is actually becoming absurd. So that it is no longer even about Wamudende in Bere. It is actually about Gachagua and Kindiki. It is no longer about Panyako and Ndakwa in Malaba. It is actually about Wamalwa and the speaker. Yes, exactly. So it's all these people playing the game, and it's the same even on the coast. So before, yes, these guys will come in and hold your hand, because they were party leaders and they were leaders, in different spaces and so on. But this has become about themselves, and this is what we are not seeing. How cynical Kenyan politics has come. that we forgot about the Mwananchi at all. In fact, the Mwananchi is a pawn in the game. And now we've even forgotten about the people who represent the Mwananchi, who are the ones contesting. And the guys who are left on the table is really about, is guys at national level who feel entitled. It's a small political elite that feel entitled. And you can take that anywhere, whether it is Ugunja, whether it is Barasa. Barasa, in fact, is the former governor and who's now a senator, and the current governor. And it's not even about, Hassan, who's fighting there to replace his brother. It's that, no, we can't lose this because, this used to be our seat, and that sort of thing. So I think we need to really interrogate, from an intellectual point of view, we need to interrogate Kenyan politics and ask whether it is relevant at all to that question you are asking. Do Mwananchis matter at all? Do their issues matter at all? Who picks these issues? How do you run with those particular issues, etc.?
Okay, and as we talk about from a political view now, here is, does Mwananchi matter? But question again goes back to Mwananchi. Does Mwananchi know the power that they have in that vote? Does Mwananchi understand the need of asking the difficult question and interviewing and interrogating policies being brought by the political class? Or has Mwananchi allowed themselves, have ceded their power, put themselves in a box and decided that I will go either this way or this way simply because, first of all, huyu ni mtu wetu, or simply because I am in this euphoria, I will just vote for the sake of it. Does Mwananchi understand the power in the vote? And will we see that in this by-election?
Now, first let's look at the Kenyan politics, because we have to dissect the politics of this country first. The political pendulum of this country always oscillates to the opposing side, predictably. And what makes that shift is the same Mwananchi. This begs the question, do they understand exactly their politics? Do they understand exactly what they are voting for? That ensures us that, and it really confirms that the Kenyan people, ideally, they do understand their politicians. They understand the characters of all the politicians they are electing, because ideally, it's hardly to see new faces come into political spectrum, whether within these lower cadres of political contest. They are always the same people. And there are people that we've already tested their character, because again, Abraham Lincoln did say that to test the character of an individual, give them power. And if you look at all these politicians, they have been in power. We know their character, we know who they are. They may try to rebrand themselves, they may try to go to church, they may try to be born again, but once they were in power, that was their character, that is who they are. The Kenyan people, we ideally know them. These people, when they come to to vote them. But now look at how the Kenyan people behave when this individual coming. And again, just to emphasize, these politicians are not from Uganda. They are Kenyans. And remember, our politicians, they are a mirror of who we are. That's the truth. They are a mirror of who I am. So if I buy lies, then that is who I am. So ideally, look at how our political, the whole political scenario appears. If someone comes that they are coming to sell an ideology or a manifesto, look at the way people within that political rally behaves. They'll be so cold, they'll be so bored, but immediately the gear shifts to now insults. This politician insulting the other one. You see there's ecstasy among us, the people. That one really shows who we really are as a nation, and ideally we are given what we are. So what I'm trying to say is this, that for us to change all this narrative, the perception and all that we are talking about, we really need to retrospect ourselves as a Kenyan people, those who are going to vote, because we'll be giving, if we continue electing our own selves, the character that we are, then we'll be having this cycle continuing. Because question, before I hand over to the rest of the panelists, the question that we'll have to ask, has there been any change since 1963? It has been the same narrative from the time of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, 1966. There was a rebellion from the ruling party. KPA was formed by Jaramogi. And you see, it's been an oscillation that has been happening over and over again. Question about voter bribery, is it new? It's not. About government official going to campaign, is it new? It's not. About politicians being, the security of politicians being reshuffled and being recalled, is it new? It's not. So it begs the question, do we need to change politicians, or do we need to change our own politics as a people? So that is what we really need to interrogate deeply, because if we really want to have a change, because ideally if you even check on maybe your archives, the discussions that we had in 2022 are the same discussions we are having right now. It's not changed. So the question that we have to ask ourselves, are our politics healthy and ethical? And if they are not, what do we need to do?
Are they ethical? Are they healthy? And how do we fix it? You belong to DCP, which promises change. And in this election, key stakeholder, because with this, we know, if you just look at Njeri, you know, and with that, with what DCP now promises to give Kenyans, or the united opposition promises to come with changes, the question is it healthy? Does it make sense to Kenyans today? Have Kenyans understood the power, and how then does the political class change so that Kenyans can trust that they will deliver?
You know, I think Kenyans understand their politics. It's the elite who don't understand the politics of the country. The elite believe in idealism. When will Kenya become a place where we vote on certain lines of integrity issues versus the party? Yeah, and you see, the elections for Kenya will always be about personalities. Who is the party leader? So even when you go to people and you speak very well to them, and you say that you are looking for a seat, like for me, I'm looking for a position as the governor for Nairobi. People at the back will say, he's spoken very well, but which party is he in? You see, that changes the narrative and the conversation. You hear people have listened to you very well, quietly, but then when you say you are with DCP, you see they just get very excited. Yeah, but you have not changed. The same person who was talking before they said they're in DCP are the same ones after they say they're in DCP. Right now, the politics of Kenya and for the by-elections is the united opposition versus President Ruto. And why the united opposition? The united opposition is saying that for the last 3 years, Kenyans have been shortchanged. They have been shortchanged on the promises made versus promises kept. They've been shortchanged on people who came into government or into the last elections with so much hope that things will change, but things never change. Actually, they ended up being worse. And so they understand their politics. And you see, when I hear people say that when will Kenya start voting for individuals, say, I look even at the US. Yeah. They have two political parties. There's a guy who is called Ralph Nader. Ralph Nader ran on a Green Party in 2020, 2002 election, I think, in the US. And he had a great manifesto, but he didn't even get 1%. Yeah, because it was between a Democrat and a Republican in the US. And to date, that has not changed. So even for us as Kenyans, I think it will not be true to ourselves if we start imagining that at some point very soon that things will be about issues. They'll never be about issues. It will be the personalities there, and what are those personalities standing for? Yeah. And in very rare times do people support government, because in many cases governments fail them. So that's why now this by-election will now be the defining, the outcome will define how 2027 will shape up.
Prof, politics is about personalities and not issues. That is a sad statement, whichever way you want to look at it. But that's pretty much what Kenya has been, you know, that's Kenyan politics. But I'm looking at a point where, as much as that is where we find ourselves, that's not where we should be.
Correct.
One would hope that things would change and would change for the better.
Right.
And it behooves, again, I take it back to Mwananchi, to know what they want and to ask the difficult questions. Because most of the time when you look at our politics, it is the political class that would come with their issue and their agenda. Mwananchi would never come forward and counter that and say,
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Hundreds of police officers have been deployed to areas holding today's by-elections. According to the National Police Service, operations have started smoothly in all polling zones. Extra officers from other areas have been deployed to strengthen security at the 22 polling stations. NPS spokesperson Mushiri Nyaga said the police will uphold their constitutional duty to protect lives and property, maintain peace and follow the law in collaboration with the IBC. There were reports of violence last night in parts of Narok and Kakamega ahead of the polls. Adding, police further said that at least 2 people were injured in both cases. IBC has assured voters that each station will have at least 2 security officers on duty with additional patrols and rapid response units available. Voters are urged to cast their ballots in a calm and secure environment and to report any suspicious activities to authorities. Democratic Party leader Justin Muturi has cast his vote this morning at Kanyuombora Primary School in Bere North. Muturi welcomed reports of smooth openings and young people turning out to vote. He noted no incidents in the first hour across the constituency and sounded optimistic. The peaceful trend will continue through the day. He also endorsed the security measures in place and dismissed claims that opposition groups planned to ferry in troublemakers. Women leaders in Trans Nzoia County have voiced outrage after 6 bodyguards and the driver attached to their governor, George Natembeya, were removed, led by Justina City. They condemned the decision as a breach of the Constitution's guarantee of freedom of expression.
I was completely shocked to hear that the governor's security has been withdrawn. I hear also Honorable Halwale's security has been withdrawn. For sure, we are in a liberated government. And I thought the Constitution in 2010 gave us all the constitutional rights for people to express themselves freely. When I remember His Excellency, the President of Kenya, when he was campaigning during Uhuru's time, he said so much and nobody harassed him. When they talk about uniting the Luyas, it is not tribalism.
And City has called on President William Ruto to reverse the move, urging that dissenting voices, particularly from opposition figures, be respected rather than silenced.
Tukiangalia elections za Malavas na Kapuchai na Kisa na elsewhere, they are not the only ones who have been campaigning. Na hiyo haingefanya wawe intimidated through barbaric acts like what has just happened. I'm feeling the government should reconsider quickly to release those security men back to Governor Natembeya. If anything happens right now to Governor Natembeya, the whole country will never be the same. And the Luya community will never forgive His Excellency the President if anything happens to him.
And on to some sad news. A 38-year-old man from Lungalunga, Kwale County has been sentenced to life imprisonment for sexually abusing his own 9-year-old daughter. The court heard a testimony from 6 witnesses presented by prosecutor Hamis Mahdi, which the court described as strong and credible. The abuse occurred on March in Mabanda village. The child reported the assaults to her aunt, who later informed her mother working abroad. Despite the father's denial, the magistrate dismissed his defense as unconvincing and delivered the life sentence. And in the international scene, military officials in Guinea-Bissau said they have seized total control of the coup-prone West African country on Wednesday, arresting its president, closing its borders and suspending its electoral process 3 days after general elections. Heavy gunfire rang out near the presidential palace earlier in the day, with men in military uniform taking over the main road leading to the building. In the early afternoon, General Dennis Nchana, head of the Presidential Military Office, told journalists that a command composed of all branches of the armed forces was assuming control of the country until further notice. Keep it here as we keep you updated on the by-elections across the 22 polling stations. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This movement that Kenyans have shown be replicated on the ballot.
Now, that one I'll emphatically say no. Now, let's come to this.
Be positive.
We don't need to canvass the truth.
Yeah.
We have just to speak the truth as it is. Now, the political spectrum, we've said it is persona based. But what influences that? Ethnicity. That is how our politics are. Coming back to your question, in 2022, who are on the streets? It was a new breed of the Kenyan citizens. We branded them the Gen Z. They were not only Gen Z, we also had people that have been crying all along, the noisemakers that Prof is speaking about. They were the ones that were on the streets in their numbers. But again, question is, why don't we see any shift? Politicians are very smart. They look at the numbers and they know where the numbers are aligning to right now. Looking at the voter landscape in the country right now, it's not shifted. By 5 days ago, we only had 41,000 registered voters, new registered voters. The percentage, 65%, are above the age of 45. The ones that were making noise, they are partly 23%. So I am a politician. I look at this. I'll ask myself a question. Has the landscape changed? No. The people that were making noise, ideally, they have not registered as voters. They are the ones that are calling for this change, the people-centric politics, the clean politics, the healthy politics. But they are not sure. They are not there. They have not been registered.
Just hold it there. I want us to go to Malava, where a candidate for UDA has just voted. And let's listen into what they have to say, how the exercise has been, what his experience is. Let's listen to the candidate from Malava.
Show some exemplary leadership by getting humility first as a character, because I don't have to let the people bleed for me to lead. That is why I've restrained myself. I've been provoked a lot, but for me I've been for peace all through. During my campaign, I've not even mentioned my competitor at any given time by name. I've not even tried to get into their territories with a lot of energy, because at the end of it, I have to respect them and I respect also the way they are conducting themselves. But for me, I'm telling the people of Malava, let them exercise their democratic right. Let them make their choice, and let them not be intimidated by anybody. Let them not be coerced in any way. The blackmail that is going around from my opponents, those are sideshows. And I want to state categorical that if there is anything, I've been the peaceful candidate in this election. The government has tried to assure me of security and also to give peace to my people, but a lot of provocation has come from my opponents. So mine is to urge people to get out, that the only statement they can send is to elect a leader to their choice. And here I am. I'm confident I'm going to win this. That is why I'm calm, and I'm pushing it to the end. The results will have to give a statement to the opponent that they are not. Leadership is not about. Leadership is not about the character they have been trying to show every other time. And you cannot impose yourself to the people, because at the end of it, it is what the people look at you as a character. It is what the manifestos you have. It is what the agenda that you sell to the people that will propel you to the leadership. And here I am. I'm urging my people, stay calm. This election we are winning. Whichever way we are provoked, let us keep peace. Because at the end of it, we are a family, and we need Malaba to move forward when we are together.
Maybe your opponents are killing the government machinery, and they are saying they are doing so to aid you possibly get the seat. And secondly, from your experience as an MC officer during 2022, those who voted were slightly above the mark. This is a by-election. From your projection, what do you think will be the numbers at the end of the day, given the prevailing circumstances and the atmosphere generally?
Personally, this is not my first time of engaging myself in an election. And I know the rules of the game. And as up to now, I'm saying I've not even gotten a security threat.
That is the UDA candidate in Malava, David Ndakwa, as he speaks immediately after casting his vote as the exercise continues. Now, we have been having a discussion here on the by-election together with my guests. That is Professor Omenya. I beg your pardon, but together with Mr. Okech. So we have Professor Alfred Omenya, Policy and Governance Expert, Irungu Nyakera, former PS Planning and Nairobi DCP Patron, and Titus Okech, Governance Expert on the situation that is ongoing right now. A lot has been said. We are here to see how the election will continue. But now we go to Rongo University for that graduation. Let's take a look.
Into the dais. Into the dais, we have our senators. Karibuni, thank you for being with us. We want to thank the Vice Chancellor and the team. Thank you for being there. Chancellor's procession is organizing itself. They are steadily coming in. Let's take our time. And I want to request us to take our time as we are helped to settle in the podium. Rongo University 10th graduation ceremony. We are excited to be part of the 10th graduation ceremony of Rongo University. Steadily, we request all of us to take your time and be seated. Take your time and kindly be seated. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is great. Good. Good. Welcome. The Chancellor's procession is being held. This is great. We want to welcome all our professors. We want to welcome our council members. We welcome our vice chancellors and his deputy. We welcome our chancellor. Right at the back is our chancellor. We appreciate all of us. We appreciate all of us as we are ushering our chancellor's procession into the dais. I want to request all the graduates to be seated. Ushers, help them to be seated so that we are well organized and getting the very best. Thank you. Great. 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 Wonderful. Welcome, our council members.
That in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting, people went there, sat, listened, looked at him, there was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Yeah, why? Tell me what is. Well, first of all, what's the problem? Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu hawaulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of wheelbarrow, Mutua Mjengo, Mama Mboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And listen, good morning. It is exactly 20 minutes after 9 a.m. Welcome to Spice FM, the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. And we continue to have discussions on the ongoing by-elections in the country. And this is a conversation that started early in the morning at KTN. But right now we've switched things, Kenya. And in life, you just have to adapt, Professor,
Yes.
You must have to adapt to everything that is thrown your way, It is even what is happening with the IEBC.
Exactly.
You get it, you have to adapt. And first order of business is by-elections. And while we're having this discussion down there, we were talking about the responsibility of Kenyans in ensuring that they make the right choices. It is paramount, because moving forward, it can't be that every other time Kenyans are lamenting. Can't be that every other time agenda is set with Kenyans not having a seat at the table. And in today's by-election that is ongoing, one would look at it in terms of finally Kenyans perhaps will recall the noise that you're talking about. And it is your Kechu who was saying, but yes, so you said an emphatic no, we will not see that. But even that is the case, how do we change that?
Now, let's get back to last year. Whatever happened last year did not only shake the government, it practically threatened the entire political fabric and the status quo. And that's why you are seeing politicians across the divide who are jostling on how they'll be able to appeal to this new generation that has come. And ideally, they are kind of shifting what the political rhetorics and narrative has been in the country. And why I said no, it's because looking at how the voter landscape looks right now, it's not changed. But the day the politicians will realize that these numbers that were out on the street last year and early this year, they have registered in their numbers, immediately there will be a shift in the narrative and the talks, because these young people, number one, they are politically renized. They are so smart politically, and apart from that, they are young people that you can never lie to. But now you see the politicians at the moment, they still see the same people that have been voting them year in, year out are the ones that are voting right now. So that means why I said no, it's because the political landscape has not changed as at now. But we have around 1 year. That's why I was during my previous conversations, I did say that this election may not actually mirror 2027, but the soonest the young people have registered, because there are quite a number, 26 million young people, if they decide to vote to register, even to 17 million, that's a big voting block. And these people now, every person will have now to convince them, why do I need to vote you? For now, they know the trees are still the same. We can always just tell the trees and patch on which one. I can just rebrand myself. But once we have a new forest, it will not be the same narrative.
Professor, do we need a new forest? Do we need Kenyans to finally say no? Do we need, because we've had actually a DCP party leader say, ukipewa pesa wewe kula, lakini unajua kura unaweka wapi, But one would look at, that has been the culture anyway, like what you've been saying. Do we then look at packaging our politics different, that Kenyans as well to consume politics different, to say, hiyo pesa ambayo unanipatia imetoka wapi? Sihitaji. Nitakufunga jela and I know where my vote will go to. At that point, is it the renaissance that we're looking forward to finally saying this country that we want to get to where Singapore is, finally will be heading there?
Yeah, I think, Aseto, I don't think all is lost. And I don't think it's something that will happen in a dramatic way. Still, at the end of the day, we'll be relying on politicians to lead us there. And if you ask me whether Kenyan politicians can lead us there, the answer is actually yes. In this way, politics, a lot of it is really about interest as you jostle for power, as it were. One of the things that I've told politicians over and over again, and Irungu is here, and you need to take that back to your people. One of the things that I've told politicians is that, just a brief study of Kenyan politics tells you that it's actually possible to organize politics outside of the traditional spaces of ethnicity and personalities and so on. President Ruto actually did try it. By bringing in the hustlers, he brought in a group that was actually non-tribal. So I don't think it is Gen Zs who are the first non-tribal. The hustlers were just hustlers across the country. And there were people, and the imagery was very powerful. It was people on borders, it was mamambogas and so on. The mamamboga could be a Kikuyu, it could be a Luo, it could be a Kamba, it could be anybody. And actually UDA was able to get that particular class of voters and layer, of course, because of the complexity. Ethnicity will still always be there, personality will still always be there. They layered that on top, and I believe that's one of the things that gave them an edge. And currently, what are those possible groups that are there? And which of the political formations can benefit from those groups? If I was in there as a politician, I'd be asking myself, who are these disgruntled voters that I can actually, quickly catch and run with? And what is normally exciting politically is that if your opponent ignores it, it's excellent because you can actually get those fellows without your opponent even realizing. The opinion polls ignore those guys. I was part of the Obama campaign in 2012. In 2012, Obama was losing by all indications to Mitt Romney. And look at the numbers and so on. What tilted Obama in 2012 were the so-called invisible voters. These were the voters between the age of 18 and 21. They look like kids. Some look like adults. Nobody even asked them whom they actually think. And about 6 million. And Obama was able to get them. And got them quietly and targeted them and so on, and that tilted the election. The point that I'm trying to say is that in Kenya, we actually have a number of constituencies that can be reached that are beyond tribal. The Gen Zs themselves have proven they exist as a constituency, actually. They just need somebody to mobilize them and harness that vote. We cannot be here complaining that Gen Zs haven't registered. Who is to mobilize them to register? Whom are they likely to benefit? So if the opposition, for example, decides that actually that constituency is relevant, then the president will win on the basis of the traditional ethnic politics. We have the taxpayer in this country, the middle class. Is the middle class happy? Can they vote as a class? One of the reasons why we are so sure, Irungu, that UDA has no chance in Nairobi is because that constituency is called the middle class. And some of us belong there. And there is no way. I mean, we have lofty expectations, and our pay slips have been eroded, and our businesses can't thrive, and so on. There is no way we are voting the incumbents, and that's normal around the world, actually. Even the U.S. I mean, there is no way some funny guys can actually win New York and so on, because these tend to be a very knowledgeable group already. They tend to be elitist. They tend to be hit directly by the policies that the government has in place. And I can highlight a number of those constituencies. These constituencies are available. It is only that our politicians are notoriously lazy. They keep telling us like Irungu here that people vote the way they've always voted. Then you lose election and you start crying that IBC rigged you. Meanwhile, you have my Omenya's daughter there, and sons who are just 18, and they're available to vote, and you don't reach out to them. So for me, it is actually very simple. That and this is a message to the ruling class and the opposition, that you do have, and I think the opposition has an upper hand, you do have a chance to reach out to non-traditional constituencies. You do have a chance to reach out on non-traditional issues. Of course, keep the ethnicity also, because politics is about winning.
Yeah.
So if the ethnicity is going to help you win, if your big client is going to help you win, by all means take it. If collaborations are going to help you win, by all means take it. If regionalism is going to help you win, by all means take it. But surely, if this additional voting block, does you no harm, even if you don't want it, go for it because it's available.
Yeah.
It is actually available. And we need to push our politics there. And our own president, this I have to give to Ruto. This is actually the first, amongst the first leaders in this country who attempted to to work out of that. Of course, he just came back to the dynasties. And your traditional ethnic politics and so on, because it's working for him.
It's working for him.
Yes.
Nyakera, you see, something has been thrown, a curveball has been thrown your way, So we have this constituency called the Gen Zs, and one would say this is a movement that started in 2024 and continues to change how politics is being played, That coupled up with the fact that now we have the hustlers and everyone is on this bandwagon now. And one would look at the situation in the country and would say that this is working for the opposition because it is very difficult to vote for an incumbent, But even while at that, our EBC says it wants 6.3. I have always argued the number is more because every year, those who are getting out of Form 4, those who are eligible to vote is 1 million.
Correct.
We have 2 years.
Correct.
So we're talking about 8.2, almost 9 million votes that are out there. So in terms of the opposition are walking out there and first of all, ensuring that every eligible voter has registered, and that we package ourselves very well as opposition to win. Is that a conversation that is happening in terms of coming in with the new policies and changing how this game is played?
I think first, let me correct Professor. Professor, that you say that the hustlers were not tribal. Hustlers were tribal. If you look at the people who voted for Ruto won in Rift Valley, Mount Kenya, Isiolo, and Bungoma. That's it. He did not win in any other county in this country. Yeah. So essentially there were Kalenjins and Kikuyus and Merus, the Gema. That's it. So it's just that he managed to sell a narrative that it was about the hustlers versus dynasty. So anyone who's in Siaya and feels that says, okay, I'll vote for ODM, but Ruto is still speaking for us. But then after that, then politics becomes about interests. When he got into power, it was no longer about the hustlers. It's about sustaining his position as a president now and in 2027. So the things that he does, the politics, the policies that he brings, even in terms of the electoral laws, it's all about how will he win the elections next time. So when you talk about Gen Zs, we can't run away from the ethnicities. You see, we had, before the Maandamanos, all of us were talking about Gen Zs being tribeless. But as soon as there was a handshake, the Gen Zs who are in ODM understood that now they're in government. Yeah, the Gen Zs who are with Rigathi Gachagua understood that now they're in opposition. And that's how it is today. Look at the last Maandamanos who are on the streets. Yeah, they were not the Gen Zs in ODM. They were not on the streets. Look at the social media. The ones who used to harm a government. You're no longer seeing the Gen Zs from ODM hammering government because they were told now you're in government. You're part of government. Yeah. So politics of ethnicity will not change. I think, and the politicians understand that. You see, the politicians don't sell hope. They sell change. Yeah, so if change means that there'll be hope, then so be it. And that's why when people keep telling us in DCP and opposition, why are you keeping saying one term? Yeah, what are you going to bring? We'll bring change. Yeah, and people feel already that they are under so much weight and despair with the current administration that change in itself is hope. Yeah, so if you look at the politicians, you're talking about the things that they will want to change. But you see, a lot of them operate under AGIP, any government in power, and that's why they sustain themselves there for long. They look at it as these people have been elected. How do we play the politics and sustain ourselves?
That is a new terminology. AGIP, any government. But okay, Chia, let's look at the by-election as is today, right? So we know both sides, opposition and government, are really fighting to both win, right? What would it mean for, especially let's say Mbere, Magarini, and Malava, right? If the government wins, what does that say? If the opposition wins, what does that say? And what if Kenyans decide to vote in such a manner that nobody expected?
Okay, now
those are three options.
Yes. Now let's look at it this way: the opposition has really changed because opposition for the longest, I think, from the year 1991, has always been focused on one individual, if not two. 91, 92 was about Oginga Odinga, Kibaki, Matiba, but as from 1997. To partly just about a month ago, it was in the persona of the former Prime Minister. So the question we'll have to ask ourselves: the largest constituent that the former Prime Minister commanded, have they shifted their loyalty? Right now, there's a lot that still happens. Some of them are still not believing it's gone. Some of them are still thinking on where do we need to go to. So all this will have to play more so in Nairobi politics, because Nairobi politics is very interesting. All these people that are in opposition currently have been in government, except of Kalonzo Musyoka has been in opposition for the longest, compared to all of them. Apart from him, there's none. All of these others have been in government. So by them rebranding themselves as opposition, it is so difficult again to convince, because Nairobi has always been an opposition ground, and that opposition has been the person of Raila Amolo Odinga. It's not any other person. So how will they be able to win? And that one, I think, Honorable Nyakera, you need to look at that. How are you able to now rebrand yourself to be almost to what he was? What was this that he was appealing to the people of Nairobi? Back to the by-elections. The by-elections, again, it's a litmus test, not to the president, because right now it's about who will be his runner mate. Yes. Now, also in Mbere, it's nothing to do with him, whether we like it or not. It's got nothing to do with the president, because ideally, let's look at how Ruto became popular in central Kenya. He was helped by nobody. That's the truth. This guy started immediately. There was an handshake between Uhuru Kenyatta, who is from central Kenya, and the president, and Raila Amolo Odinga. Remember, there was a way the balkanization of central Kenya was to ensure that anything to do with Raila Amolo Odinga doesn't sell. And I remember during 2018, it was like, how would you sell pork in a mosque? That was how it was. So the pork here was not ODM. The pork was Raila Amolo Odinga, and that's how Ruto became popular. So right now, even in central Kenya, there's a lot of rebranding that must happen, because the person who was the boogeyman is no longer there. Now, if they want to create Ruto as a boogeyman, how will they do it? This guy, he really amassed that population and that group by trying to appear like, I am part of you, and by this that I helped your son to escape IEC. And apart from helping him, I made him president. So it is my right, political right, based or premised on the promises you said, kumi bila break, na kumi yangu, that I must get it. And the question that still lingers in our mind as the 10 that he was promised, is it over? So there is this population that, again, we have to be so keen. Politics is science. And one thing that we must give to the president, that guy is smart politically. He's someone who has studied politics from 3 presidents. And to add it all, he's also studied from the political Achillean Raila as well, taught him politics. He understands how to rebrand himself. So the question right now is not even speaking politics. So question we have to ask ourselves, because right now it's got nothing to do with him. Mbere right now is about the East and the West, because apparently the whole side of the eastern part of central Kenya, they have always been feeling like for the past 3 presidents, they have always been left behind. The western part of central Kenya has been enjoying the fruits of the labor of government, but for them, they have not. So the question that we'll be looking at here in this case is, will the East vote with their brothers in the West? If it happens, then that will affirmatively make Gachagua the de facto leader of Mount Kenya. If it fails, then Kindiki has, as Professor did say in his earlier statements while we were at KT, and he said that it is a test for Kindiki to prove himself that he is a worthy vice president.
You know, Professor, there's something that Okecha said that is very interesting, you know, in terms of the opposition, right? And when you talk about the opposition, the Kenyan politics has not ever experienced a situation where Wananchi are the de facto opposition. You know, we've always had opposition that has a leader, right? Who has always pushed the agenda. But here we, like he says now, Raila Odinga out of the picture, right? His constituency, who controls that? Now, are we ready for a country where finally the people are the opposition? That if you want to talk about opposition, it is the people you're facing. It is Kenyans on the streets. It is Kenyans on social media. It is Kenyans who are telling you on your face, "Aye, bro, get out. You're not doing it." Is that a possibility in Kenya as we speak today?
It's a possibility, but not now, really. I think we're transitioning. Some of us are privately very happy with the exit of Raila, not death, but as a leader, of the opposition, because as we were mentioning earlier, Kenyan politics have been about these people, and they've strangled. They themselves usurped powers of institutions and used them in ways that were quite questionable, including even currently the broad-based government, and how that is done. Because we're saying, look here, we do have our precepts, we have our basis in legislation and so on in terms of how these affairs should be conducted. But because this was always about individuals, then it became very difficult for institutions to function normally the way they were meant to function. Starting with political institutions, the parties, because you could be there, you could be a very popular person, you could be having the correct policies, you could be beloved, you could even be coming from the correct clan. But then, if the party leader did not endorse you, you are finished. And vice versa, you could be very, very, very useless. But is that how the parties were meant to function? To come to the point now, we have a situation, and for me, I look at it, of course, both ways. We have a situation where we don't have a de facto opposition leader. In ODM itself, we don't have a de facto leader, really. Oburu cannot be the leader of ODM. and what that does, suddenly there is oxygen. There are people who because of their relationship with the party leader, had no chance. A good case was somebody like Tuju, whose politics was finished because he took a particular position, in relation to the party leader, Raila. So there are quite a number of candidates who are like that, who feel like, yes, now we have a party, and I still believe they believe in the party because the parties are still quite important and strong for us. And they feel like, I have a chance in this party. I think it is quite interesting if you look at even places like Kasipul, where it was assumed that if Raila held your hand, then it was a done deal. It is not done until the fat lady has sung. In fact, we're going to wait for Kasipul, although, yes, that's an ODM zone, but it's not a given. Why isn't it not a given? Because, again, we don't have the so-called kingpins. So in a way, I think a bit of the disappearance of these big kingpins is good for us, because it enables all manner of actors to come in and compete within that particular political space without the oxygen being sucked out of them by this big persona who basically there's nothing you can do about. Your politics will either happen or not happen on the basis of what they say. And that's what I'm seeing across the opposition, because I see a bit of Gachagua here, I see a bit of Wamalwa, I see a bit of Kalonzo Musyoka, I see all these individuals. Even within ODM, I see the Sifuna group, I see the other group and so on. And I think that's a good thing. Yeah, because we're sort of changing the politics a little bit, and for me it's excellent, because it means that at any point in time, we are looking at a raft of leaders who can eventually lead the country. It is not either or. Of course, we have the president, Ruto himself. He's president anyway, so he already occupies that particular position. However, even him, he has to negotiate not with one person. He just doesn't call Raila and there's a handshake and Kenyan politics is changed. His strategy has to be way more complex. And to me, I think that's a good thing. And to just illustrate that same strategy, we are broad-based. Look at Kasipul. In Kasipul, there's an independent candidate. That independent candidate is primarily being supported by UDA.
Yes.
Yes. And we have ODM and they're together. And then you look at Malava. Malava, the candidate, the UDA candidate, is basically being supported by the entire broad-based anyway. And then we have an opposition candidate, which is something quite different. And the same, the Malava and Bere are the same actually. Where it's clear that government side is supporting one candidate and the others are supporting a totally different candidate. If you go to Magarini, for example, in Magarini, we don't even hear about the government there itself, and the candidate has been a pretty interesting candidate because in fact he's been a former member of parliament. There is the one who lost his seat. He's being supported by the president's people in power, and he's actually an ODM candidate. Yeah. And he had been a candidate of another party before, and he had actually won. So what you're seeing is sort of a slightly more complex terrain. It is not a terrain where if one person spoke, then you can take that to the bank. Yeah. It's a terrain where you are able to make more complex political choices, and for me that brings us a little bit closer to the Mwananchi. That yes, the Mwananchi might be useless, but in that terrain there's a little bit more power in the Mwananchi. The Mwananchi can actually decide who then gets elected, as opposed to a situation where there is a man god, who basically has all the powers, and when he says it's this person, then in fact as Mwananchi you think something terrible would happen if you cast your vote differently. So we're shifting away from this six-piece thing, and for me that reading of Kenyan politics is something that is positive.
Yeah.
If you had to ask me.
Nyakera, so here as Professor and Okech speaks now, but it speaks to political hygiene, and that has been a point of conversation for a very long time, that for Kenya to move forward, for Kenya to see development that it needs, for Kenya to bring services to Mwananchi, there needs to be proper political hygiene. Case in point, as we talk about the united opposition, so you have all these key figures here, right, from different political parties who've come together and have decided this is our direction. But even while at that, there is no single leader who one would say is ruling over the others, And with that, there is a lot of negotiations, compromises that many have to make. And with that, there is now the critical aspect of ensuring that people agree. It is not mimi nimesema. How important is that in fixing this country, in fixing the situation that we have in political parties, and finally, Mwananchi being front and center?
I think we, in opposition, as Professor said, we have different leaders. And as we said, that Kenya is actually, politics operates along ethnicity lines. And that will change now. And the kingpins will always be there. The kingpins are important because politics is about interests. There has to be somebody at the table discussing the interests of a certain people. Otherwise, you'll find that then their interests will never be taken care of. Their roads will not be built. Their hospitals will have no drugs. Their children will not go to school. So that's why you need somebody there who can actually understand the issues of a region and then bring those issues to the table. The same with political parties. The political parties are not, there's no single national political party. They're all regional political parties. That's why I think she's called Grace, the lady who was talking about the layout for the by-elections. And when she got to Unguja, she saw a Jubilee candidate and she said, this is very interesting that we have a Jubilee candidate in Unguja, because the perception is that Jubilee is in Mount Kenya. Yeah, it's the same way she's saying Rigathi is thought of as being from Mount Kenya, and he has a candidate in Magarini. So even political parties are regional political parties. I remember even when we were doing BBI, we actually proposed that we should also have regional political parties. So the having the different leaders then come together in opposition means that the interest of the entire country is taken care of, and will be now up to them, to do their own polls and decide. Then this is our leader, but that leader will not lord over the others, because then it is clear that everybody is bringing something to the table. When you had Gachagua tell Matiang'i, leave Jubilee, go to Kisii and Nyamira and come with, get a political party that brings in the Kisiis, and then come to the table and say, I have Kisiis, and here is your party. Because now you're with Jubilee, which is carrying Mount Kenya. We have DC, but we also have DCP, which is carrying Mount Kenya. So I think it's interesting, certainly having all these leaders together, and at the right time, they will the key person to contend for the presidency will rise.
Let me ask the question. That statement that was made by Rigathi Gachagua, many would say that it is a statement that was made because Jubilee is another vehicle that was actually hinging into his space. You know, like he did not want competition and another person coming from the region. And I don't know how to look at it, but what many pundits would reckon that it was a smooth, clever way of getting Jubilee's influence out of Mount Kenya. Would you reckon?
Yeah, it is true, because as Mheshimiwa says, and he's from the party DCP, so ideally what he says may have been discussed amongst their ranks, that regional political parties is what many have been proposing. But looking at progressive countries in democracies, I think the multi-party politics, to some extent it's been healthy, and sometimes it's also been detrimental to us, because having political parties that don't even have anyone in any place of policy, you see, it makes no sense, because we have got many political parties in Kenya that are so inconsequential. And that I think, which he says whilst they were discussing the BBI, which I think by then he was one of the people that were keen as proponents. Sometimes the country, we are not so keen at some of the changes that may be positive to us, because when we make a decision, we throw the baby with the bathwater, which apparently may not be so good to us. Because right now you see what is being proposed by DCP, some of the things that were in that proposal. And right now, ideally, as well, the president who was opposing BBI, there are things that right now he really feels needs to be brought back now, which I think begs the questions as to the Kenyan people. Do we really need to always fight everything that is positive, or rather to oppose everything? And as he says, the parties, for example, the UDA and the other parties that are coming up, for now UDA doesn't have any member of parliament, doesn't have any elected person leader in any spectrum of leadership. They are attempting to get one, but again, that also shows there's a lot of ethical politics in our country that needs to really be checked, because right now we have members of Jubilee Party that are in DCP. And ideally, we've never had any person, apart from maybe two people, I think the former Prime Minister and his father, who resigned. Once they resigned from a political party, they resigned from the seat they were they had with that political party. And that's something that I think in our politics we really need to mature to that extent, that if I have defected from a political party that was the vehicle that carried me to that seat that I'm holding, because it will be like I'm a thief stealing from the people that placed me there. So it is good for the country and for the political parties also to have discipline, and it should be a self-discipline within our own selves, because that shows how greedy even ourselves we are. Because if you already defected from a political party, for example, the Honorable, he was having a political party last year, he had to fold his political party, which is so good for what he did, to join this other party. And if others can do the same, if you are in a political party, you are elected, just resign. If you have the strength, go to the people, prosecute your case, win it back.
Okay,
You
you
see?
know, as you bring that suggestion, IEBC would have a lot of maybe by-elections today to hold it, but
and the ones.
But Professor,
knowing the Kenyan politician,
but should that be the case? Should that be the hygiene that you're looking for? That even when these political parties push for a change, that they push for rule of law, push for constitutionalism, that this constitutionalism and the rule of law begins from within. That even today, as we see members of opposition forming all these outfits, that those who support them but belong to other parties, get out, go back to Mwananchi and seek for re-election.
Yeah, but I think that is what you're talking about. That Kenyan politics and political parties have been reduced. They've really narrowed down to simply vehicles of interest. And what is even more interesting is that the Kenyan politician is like the proverbial hyena that does not want to follow one route. Yes, so you arrive and you find that these two routes, and you want to benefit from both. And we're seeing this reflected almost everywhere. Currently, a lot of these candidates have to go back and check, but then which party are they on? Because what they're saying have nothing to do with the party. In one instance, there were... And all of them, I mean, this guy was a UDA candidate. You wonder, when did he cross over to DCP?
Yeah.
At what point? You know, and what has changed? So the guy is still talking about exactly the same thing they're talking about. He's preaching the only difference now is that he's talking against a party. In fact, that's what starts giving you an idea of where the guy is. So my position, I don't have very high expectation of the Kenyan politician because there are brothers and there are sisters and there are our students. If they're in my class, the Kenyan politician would, the best of them would get about 40%, which is just a passing grade. They're not really the best pedigree of human beings anywhere, you know, and because of this, I don't expect, people talk about ideology and so on. I don't think the Kenyan politician even understands what ideology is anyway. So, and I don't expect them to understand. So on that one, I just give them zero. What they seem to understand, and Runguya articulates it quite well, is self-interest. And we're saying, even for your self-interest, can you pick a place that is likely to cater for your self-interest and make noises from there? Of course, this bad behavior started with our own president, who was in Jubilee all along and meanwhile campaigning for a party that he was not in. Until last minute, of course, when he was running, he refused to resign, and to the end. And that is a behavior now that is almost possible for a Kenyan politician to belong to three different political parties, where there's the party where he's registered, there's party where he's likely to run, and there's party that he's supporting. and it sort of just hangs around. You know, real greed, you know, where he's saying, I don't want to lose this, I don't want to lose this, I don't want to lose this. And the principle we're talking about here is not a lofty standard. It is the 40% I was talking about. That Irungu, just look for your self-interest and then look for a particular location which is a party that will best occupy that self-interest. We don't expect you to do anything apart from self-interest. We don't expect that you'll think about the country, that you'll think about these things that Aseto and Okech are talking about here, about the Mwananchi. You don't think about them really, and you're not about to start thinking about them. You don't think about the development of this country. You're not capable as a Kenyan politician to do that. You're just thinking of how you can amass wealth for yourself and your family at the expense of everyone. But you're saying that's okay. Can you elevate that to 40%? At least do it not in a decent way, but do it in a rational way. At least eat in one place and promote the issues within that one place, and then you can fight the other guys. So we get to know these guys in a day. You can change three political parties. This is confusing us.
Let me hear Nyakera, because I understand you have to go.
I think I agree, but in terms of the parties, actually I didn't fold Farmers Party. I just exited. So Farmers Party continues under new leadership. Unfortunately, our party leader was jailed, Bono Waitito, so now is a different, we have another party leader.
Sorry for that.
Yeah. So, and I, in terms of, if I was just to speak very broadly on the by-elections. The by-elections, as we had said before, will define the 2027 elections. And for Mount Kenya, it's actually, and I would say actually for Kenyans, because it's not just Mount Kenya, it's more of a protest vote. For Mount Kenya, is a protest on betrayal. Because even the Ruto is a beneficiary of the same protest against betrayal. People in Mount Kenya felt that Ruto stood with Uhuru, and that they went to ICC together. They left ICC to come and united the two communities that had issues, and that Uhuru said yangu kumi yake kumi, and actually that's why Mount Kenya even went against what Uhuru's candidate. Yes. And right now, it is about the betrayal of both the leader, which is Rigathi Gachagua, but also of the promises. There is a lot that was promised and nothing was delivered. So I think it's going to be more of a protest vote. And once we see that, then once the opposition wins with that, then we'll have a solidification of the opposition. And then the opposition will have a very clear path of now what next for us.
Irungu Nyakera, asante sana. You will be leaving us, but we'll continue the conversation with Professor Enokech for the next 30 minutes to just canvass the situation. But as of now, it is news at exactly 10 a.m. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Elections continue across the 22 polling stations in the country. We'll keep you updated on exactly what is going on, even as in our studios we continue to hear from experts what is their take on the elections. The by-elections even comes as hundreds of police officers have been deployed to the areas where today's by-elections are going to be held, and voters have been urged to turn up in large numbers without fear of being intimidated or attacked. As we move over to Narok County, a DCP meeting in Rotian, Narok Central, was violently disrupted last evening by individuals alleged to be police officers accompanied by hired goons. The meeting's host, Charles Masikonte, says members were forced to shift to his compound after being attacked and evicted from their initial venue in Narok Town.
Mahali ambapo tulipokuwa nyumbani mwangu, ambaye nimeona kitu ambaye sijaiona, kwamba tulikuwa pale nyumbani tukifanya kazi zetu za shughuli ya kesho ambaye ni ya upigaji wa kura, na kama vile tulikuwa town tukaweza kufurushwa na tukaweza kujipanga tukaenda nyumbani mwangu, na mahali pale tumeweza kufuatwa na yale yameweza kutokea. Hatujaweza kufurahia kama familia, maana tunapozungumza kwa sasa kuna watoto wangu wako hospitali, mama yangu mzazi ako hospitali, ameweza kupigwa na tear gas, na tumeshangaa ni nini kinaendelea.
Tulikuwa huko kwa ndugu yangu. Wakati tulikuwa tunafunzwa ama agency inafunzwa, waskari wakaingia wakaturushia tear gas pamoja na bunduki, risasi, pia wakaanza kufunja magari zetu.
DCP agents leader Dr. Julius Kariuki said that vehicles and other property was vandalized and that tear gas was fired into the compound. He insists that the party won't be intimidated and is calling on IPOA to investigate, saying police should offer security and not disturb the public.
We want to register our regrets to the Inspector General of Police. We know during election time, it is the duty and the legal and constitutional duty of the police to protect the process, where agents were being trained and dispatched to go into the polling stations, armed to the teeth with guns, tear gases, batons and locks. They managed to disperse everybody, injured some of the young people and some of our agents, and they destroyed nearly every vehicle that was in that compound. Most of them don't have windscreens. Others have been smashed with large rocks.
And in Western Region, UDA candidate David Ndakwa has cast his vote at Mukongolo School in West Kabras. Speaking after voting, Ndakwa expressed confidence in victory and accused his opponents of inciting violence.
For me, where I judge this exercise, I have no complaint with IPC. Security-wise, they have had some issues. Mostly, there has been a lot of abuses from my opponents. There's been a lot of fights from the side of my opponents. Even up to this time, I've restrained myself. And here I am. I'm confident I'm going to win this. That is why I'm calm. And I'm pushing it to the end.
DAPK candidate Seth Panyako voted earlier at Lunyo Primary School, accompanied by party leader Eugene Wamalwa. Panyako accused the government of using thugs to raid his hotel and said his rival is in ICU after the incident. 9 candidates are contesting the Malava parliamentary seat following the death of Malulu Njeri. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has cast his vote at Namuhele Primary School during the Chueleka Buchai ward by-election. Speaking after voting, Wetangula urged residents to turn out in large numbers and vote without fear, assuring them of adequate security. He also called on voters to report any suspicious activity to the police. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights has appealed for calm, accountability and strict adherence to the rule of law as IEBC conducts by-elections across the country today. In a statement, the Commission highlighted concerns arising from incidents reported during the campaign period for the Senatorial, National Assembly and County Assembly races. KNCHR noted that some areas had witnessed disruptions, including clashes in Kasipul constituency where 2 people lost their lives, reports of violent interruptions of campaign activities and allegations of excessive use of force by police. The Commission also drew attention to the presence of non-uniformed police officers in Bere North, which is said goes against an existing High Court ruling. It stated that such incidents touch on key constitutional rights, including the right to life, security, peaceful assembly, and participation in political processes. That's the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. If you find a tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is first of all, what's the problem? Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Yes, it is exactly 7 minutes after 10 a.m. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. Today we do things differently. Like we said, you have to adjust, adopt, and find a way of existing and surviving in there. And right now, in studio, we have Professor Amenyam and Okechia as we continue to have this discussion on the by-election today and pretty much just the political hygiene that we have in the country, you know. And we have seen how much both parties from across board have invested in this in this by-election. You look at the president and how much he deployed his lieutenants, you know, boots on ground, talk about cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries to go out there. We've just been told of a constituency being promised over 500 billion, which is not even the budget that the entire 47 counties do get, right? You know. And this it just goes to show the interest and how this is a high-stake by-election for both sides. But even while at it, you know, one would ask the question, are these by-elections for people to come and serve wananchi, or is this a by-election that is meant to taste who has the biggest ego, who has the biggest chest, who has the greatest muscle? Because I shudder to think that this is just that by-election that is not in any iota meant for Mwananchi's goodwill or service, but for politicians to test their muscle. Prof.
Yeah, in fact, this is what we're saying, Aseto, that these elections have become bizarre. So they're not even about the person who's being elected. And if you look at it, if you go to Homa Bay there, it is not about Boyd and the other candidates, Otete and so on, who are running there. It really is about whether Gladys Wanga has muscle and other people who are positioning themselves there. At another level, it is about national level politicians, aligned with UDA and the others aligned with ODM. So it ceases to be about these people. And as we're saying, if you look at Mbere is very interesting because it's sort of the test between the ruling coalition or UDA actually, and as a ruling party and the united opposition at that particular level. And then it is the battle of two deputy presidents, the former and the current one. It is a battle of the east and the west of Mount Kenya. It is a battle of a party from Mbere versus a former party from that particular place. It's a battle of former members of parliament, Ruku himself, who is in cabinet, versus Gachagua team, the ones who left cabinet, as it actually were. So what you're seeing in a very clear way is that all these parties, all these elections are being taken away from the people. And I think that's why you end up with all these disproportionate sort of promises. Yeah, because you have the president himself having a stake, then you have all these other characters having a stake, and so on. And you can pick any of these places. You look at Banisa, it is again about the ruling coalition, it's about former governor and current governor. They're saying, no, we cannot let this go. If you look at Magarini, the same thing. It's about the speaker. In fact, the speaker used to be an MP for that very place. It's about the different parties. It is about... It rarely is ceasing to be even about the candidate, the actual candidate themselves and the people. Of course, that may not be a big challenge in a situation where our parties were properly developed and our parties were then the ones that were actually, driving politics. But it becomes a challenge, just as we were saying before, where the parties themselves are actually not distinct. There's nothing specific that they are putting on the table, apart from the fact that they actually want that seat and they actually want to confirm it. So in a round way, what you're seeing is a situation where if UDA wins Mbere, then the way that would be interpreted is that President Ruto has already won 2027. Because this is the place, so we even misapply the interpretation. Where we're saying no. The opposition area and the symbolism of Mbere. If the president was able to, his party was able to win that, then that's a guarantee, and so on. So we're finding ourselves in this particular situation where they say all politics is local, and as it should be. And Aseto, you've said it actually. If all politics is local, then it's actually about the local people and their leader. That leader, yes, may belong to a political party, may not belong to a political party, but the decisions are actually made at that level. But then we're finding this particular situation where, despite the fact that we are saying that all politics is local, it is actually all these characters whose only claim to fame is that they got into spaces to loot the nation, are now playing their politics at a local level.
I mean, even as we look at the political parties as constituted today, you look at either government, look at broad-based government, you look at opposition as is today, and one would look at these are people who at some point were together, whichever way you want to look at it. If you look at opposition, we have members who are Azimio are in opposition, And if you look at opposition,
we have UDA in opposition.
So you look at UDA, you have that's the thing, and you look at even the composition of these individuals, you'd find it is a mix of people who never trusted or believed in policies that they both had.
That is true.
UDA or Kenya Kwanza never believed what ODM was saying, and ODM never believed what this other side was saying. But today, Kalonzo Musyoka, Rigathi Gachagua, Eugene Wamalwa are all together speaking the same language. And one would ask, I ask a simple question. At what point, one would say, fine, when you see a bad thing, you're supposed to change. But how about the policies that you promised? What has made you change that today you're going against the very same policies that you had to start with? Which begs the question, is politics in this country any truthful? Or is it just a vehicle for political expediency for individuals to continue being in these offices? Because there is money involved, there is resources involved, and there is power.
Our political parties in this country, I don't know if they really do have ideology that they really do follow. But now when we look in terms of policies, which ideally are manifestos, because we may not call them policies, of each political parties as the vehicle, the fuel that makes it run, which are these manifestos. If you look at the manifestos that these guys had, they're more over the same. Because ideally, what appeals to the country is what they will come sell back to us. The only thing they'll do is just to try and rename them differently. Because if we look at even what the former president's philosophy were, the Big Four agenda and the bottom-up agenda, they are the same thing about healthcare, about the livelihood of people. It's the same thing. The way to articulate them may be different. And if we look at what ODM and Raila was also trying to push, which ideally, again, and then when we have to look at critically, the current president are among the proponents of ODM. So the reason why he left ODM was because he said he was pushed out by the former prime minister. So he's part and parcel of that. And all these politicians, let me just say this, they are cousins. So even the narrative of cousins, they are the cousins.
Yes,
we are the, and then the citizens, we are also another cousin. But now, because these politicians are the same people today, the other just barely 9 months ago, the former deputy prime minister, president was with the current president, and he was speaking the same language the president speaks today. Right now, he speaks what he used to say is what he's trying to undo. And then when you look at the president whilst he was in the opposition, I don't know if he was in opposition or he wasn't, but during the handshake period, what he used to say is what he's not doing, is doing what he was against what they are doing right now. So that really begs the question about our own structure. And I don't think it's all about the political parties. It's about the ideas and what character these individuals they carry. Because you cannot speak today against this and then tomorrow it happens to you and you cry foul. I remember there's this time the current governor of Sierra Leone said the government eats its own people, its own children. And is what is happening because you'll create a policy. For example, the former speaker, who currently is the leader of DP, there are policies that ideally people cried and told him these are wrong. And he, in his wisdom in the 12th parliament, he bulldozed them and no one would tell him anything. And right now you see those same policies are used against him. And they're crying, and that will happen again. Remember, even the former president Uhuru Kenyatta, the policies in the security, the draconian security bill that was being pushed by him, was used against him by the current regime last year when they were invading his private home and the private home of his son and the former first lady. So I think we really need to check. It's not about because the political parties are formed by the ideas and the ideals of individuals. They have good structure. If you look at the constitution, for example, of ODM, it is so rich. If you look at the ideology, they are, I don't know if they are, sometimes they are central right, sometimes they are central left in terms of the ideas they push and what they propagate. And looking at how their blueprint looks like, and that's what I think has sustained them, because they have been here for the longest. Because other political party, for example, DP, for one time it was the ruling party.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Then it was rebranded to PNU.
Yes.
And right now, we had Jubilee, which was a ruling party. Right now, is like a shadow of itself. And right now we have UD. And apparently, we may not be surprised if the current president rebrands into a new party. Yes, because even the President Kibaki rebranded, even Uhuru rebranded. So they are partly vehicles they are using. And these political parties, for me, they are not political parties, but the ideas of these individuals. And they'll just be putting those ideas to be so nice in paper, but as we say, their interest, as the Mweshima who just left said, it's all about interest. So the undertones of those beautiful policies and all those manifestos, the undertones is, what will I get if I say I'm going to do infrastructure? What is my interest in that infrastructure?
You know, you talk about interest, and one would hope that the greatest interest for any leader would be the interest of Wananchi. That today I got into power and my constituency, there's this school that was not doing well, that I invested in that school and now it is performing better. That healthcare was low. I did whatever I could at my legislative position to ensure that my people are lifted. That in my area where coffee is being planted, is being grown, instead of shipping it, exporting it as raw material, that I worked hard to bring manufacturing to process this coffee so that the unemployment that we deal with, you know, I sort it out in my constituency. But that has never been the conversation. You look at a group of individuals, because today I will ask you, Professor, which is this single legislation in this country today that has been passed between 2022 to today, 2025, that you would say is progressive and has gone into making your life better?
Correct.
All Kenyans will remember is finance bill, and the cyber security. But every other bill, as much as it would be a very important bill, it is not given time. You do not see members of parliament shout loud. But members of parliament would shout loud when it is impeachment of a deputy president, when it is matters to do with politics. You know, it is always about politics, but nothing about Wananchi.
Yeah, I think Aseto, we need to bring this. We need to open up this debate. Our colleague Honorable Irungu Nyakera said it, and all politicians say it, that politics is about interest. What they don't say is that what interest? What does this interest mean? What is it actually? What should it actually be? A lot of things that we do in life is because of interest anyway. But what is this interest? You can imagine a medical doctor. What would be a self-interest of a medical doctor? Let's start from there. One would imagine it would be the excellence of practice of medicine. Then one would also imagine that is the money that he makes out of this thing. But you can imagine a medical doctor who has no interest in medicine at all, and his only interest is money that he's making. He's not interested in health being improved. You can imagine a CEO of a company that is not. What is the self-interest of a CEO of a company? Is it to collapse that company? Yes, of course, you also have interest in terms of putting money in your pockets. But which is the best way of putting money in your pockets?
By making the company grow.
What is the interest of a professor teaching in a university? You can say, no, I'm here for self-interest. So I will not worry about the students. I'll not worry about the PhDs. You're actually sabotaging yourself. And that's partly why I always say that the average Kenyan politician is a ridiculous fool who actually works against their own interest. I would imagine, and let's go on this journey. You know, if you ask ourselves that what should self-interest in politics be? Wouldn't it be great if a Kenyan politician is respected for what he did? Isn't that in his interest? Isn't that self-interest? Would it be great if they're saying, no, this is the best parliamentarian that we ever had? Isn't that self-interest? wouldn't it be great if you said that, okay, fine, this guy, like you're saying, this guy brought some of the most progressive legislation that has taken us to where we are as a country. Isn't that self-interest? My point is that your own self-interest does not need to hurt other people. In fact, the best way of realizing your self-interest is actually doing what you said you're going to do so well that so many other people benefit. And the fact that other people are benefiting from the good work you're doing does not mean that you yourself will be hurt. In fact, that's a core of self-interest. I was having this conversation with my wife, and we're saying, how would an ideal politician make a lot of money, using their political position, in terms of realization of this self-interest? And we're saying, imagine I get in and I can suddenly now start having conversation with investors from China and have some money. That's why I'm in politics in the first instance. And then we start building these factories that are then employing a whole lot of people. The guys working, they are making money out of this thing. And fellows will be saying, Omenya built all these factories. That's why our children, have work. You can imagine getting to an agricultural sector, investing money in modern agriculture, in processing, in doing all these different things and so on. And suddenly, people in your place, the farmers have a place where they can take the goods, they're being processed, they've got good quality, whatever. And guess what? You're becoming a billionaire. You're making so much money out of it. But the problem is that we actually have guys who are worse than bank robbers, who are so foolish that they're actually working against their own self-interest, even if that self-interest was to make money. And I put it to politicians, interrogate this issue of self-interest and what it actually means. Because as the way you're operating now, you're working against your own self-interest. That's why you're being stoned by people outside there. These characters that we see around here, do you think we have respect for them? These guys are just a cabal of thieves, regardless of the positions they've actually held. We celebrate when their families suffer. We celebrate when the guys are sick. We celebrate when they die, in some of those places abroad and so on. Is that the self-interest the guys are actually looking at? In fact, the Kenyan politician need to interrogate this idea, because the Kenyan politician is the biggest fools that we have anywhere on earth, who actually work against their own self-interest.
Professor, you've just reminded me of a time when I grew up in Eldoret, yeah? Right. And I went to a school called Kimalel Primary School. Yes. So close to Kimalel Primary School is Rivertex.
Yes.
And you see, every other time in the morning, our alarm was Rivertex.
Yes,
or, because every morning, Kingora.
Yes.
Kingora. Mm-hmm. And I remember at the time when we were buying uniform, all I needed to do with my mom, we just walk from home, go to that factory and pick uniform, take it to our tailor, and you're sorted. As we speak today, and I used to see hundreds of Kenyans leaving that place because of employment, and it used to be joyous.
Exactly.
Just seeing that, As we speak today, it is down.
Yes.
Yet we have a member of parliament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We have a governor.
Yeah.
We have a president.
Correct.
We have a senator. Yeah. And a member of parliament would bring these as part of question in government, in the National Assembly, ask these questions and find a way on how to revitalize this factory to come back up. And with that, you have sorted unemployment in your constituency. But you do not see all these things happening. Ushago is Migori County. You talk about the Sony Sugar that is on its knees today. And one asks the question, why isn't anyone thinking about reviving all these factories that we have in our country for you to say that we've even made that half step towards being a developed country? Because all we do is talk,
even benefit from it. We're not saying don't benefit from it.
and not walk. And perhaps it's about time that these conversations started being real, because the other day I was coming back from covering COP,
right?
And as you approach Qatar,
yes,
you see it's a desert. It's a desert. But as you approach now of the ocean, you see a country
the civilization
that is thriving. You see the civilization. But go back to what happened to the emir back then, how he toppled his father, and the reason behind that, and saying we have to use our resources to build. And they used their resources to build Qatar to what it is today. You come to JKIA, you touch down, and the first thing you hear in a plane.
And did it work against his self-interest?
No, it did not. It worked for its benefit.
Exactly.
Which therefore brings the question: even if it is self-interest, if you take that self-interest in terms of developing your people, your surrounding, your constituency, we all win.
Yes. Self-interest is not cannibalism. There's a big difference between self-interest and cannibalism.
Okay.
Now, let's look at who are we electing and what do they do. You see, politics in this country is an investment. It's an investment, and you know, as an investor, if I invest my money, I expect to
return on investment,
and not just a return, a profit, and with a great margin. Our politicians, and it's something that as Kenyan, and I've been seeing one of the youngest politicians trying to address this. One Honorable Morara is trying to address this issue of tokenism, because in our politics, we have politicians that are actually spending billions of shillings. That is in the presidential level, and millions of shillings just to be an MCA. Some of them, they go borrow money from banks because it's our character. If we go there, what we'll ask them, I remember there's one of the current presidential contestants that are planning to contest in 2027. They were in Mombasa, and they decided that for us, we are going to break from the ranks of tokenism. What happened to them? The citizens actually were so mad about them and told them, we don't need anything to do with you. You are very stingy. So they invest a lot of money in campaigns. They invest a lot of money to actually even get nominated by, to be nominated by their political parties. They spend a lot of money to, as well, the IBC to even allow them to participate in the election. So in terms of the monies that they invest in those seats, and then now they put the citizens as well, with our bad behavior, we ask them that they need to speak to us, and then we pay them. Politicians pay them. So at the end of the day, for them, they look at it this way. Like, I already spent, some of them took, I remember there's one politician, one of the youngest politician we're having right now, member of parliament, was crying sometimes 2 years ago while showing his pay slip. He says that he spent a lot of money during campaign, took a lot of loans to impress people, for them to vote for him, pay them. And even whilst Honorable Nyakera was here, I was saying that the current deputy president is saying that when the monies are brought to the people, let them eat. It's encouraging tokenism. And for us to ensure that we have politicians that work, because ideally, Prof, these guys, they are investing. And that's why even the good ones, you've invested a lot of money, and then you arrive there, you realize you actually broke. And someone tells you that now for you to recover the investment you did, there's this 1 billion that you can always find a way to steal. And that's what they do. And again, looking at what you are speaking about, Rivertex, let's go back to how the country was. I remember growing up, we used to sing the national anthem. We used to pledge allegiance. Yes, right. That's what we grew up knowing. So we really loved this country. And I think we may be the last group of young Kenyans that did that. Because right now we have people that don't love their country. They don't love. They even don't love themselves. They just want to amass wealth, eat, and then go. That is it. So I think it is good. It's high time that we really need to look at what we used to do then. In as much as the former President Moi, there are things that he did that may not have been good. But that aspect of ensuring that people love their country, let us give it to him, that one. Because people love their country, and you could hear even members of parliament during those days, they would actually be, when they speak, you would see the oomph of love to the nation. But nowadays you see people are speaking about how am I going to get deal from here and there, and coming from politicians that are telling you outright that it's about my interest, and it's an interest as a result of an investment I made. So we really need to think about ourselves as Kenyans. Do we really love our country that much that we can look at who we are electing? Finally, look at it this way in regards to that question. Who are we electing? I remember the last election, even the cabinet secretary of Interior, Honorable Matiang'i, he raised a question that in this 13th parliament we may be having thugs, money laundering guys, thieves, wash. Right. And he was a government official, to mean they had intelligence. Did we elect them? Yes.
Professor, how do we deal with it as we close?
Yeah, I think I would still say that it's a conversation that we must actually have, because for me it's just laziness in this way. That I agree with with my brother Okech here, that the nature of Kenyan politics is that you invest, and in many places you still invest. The thing is that there are legitimate ways of benefiting from that investment, and you'll be respected because you did those, you follow the legitimate path. Of course, is a space of influence, and I was saying you can actually use that influence to basically build your people, amass huge wealth at it. There is no way, Aseto, I'll come in and influence and actually even invest in in a 100 billion factory and make nothing. In fact, I'm likely to make more money than this other bit, because if I'm listening to Okech, that's how the Kenyan politicians do it, is that it's not even a proper investment. Basically, you are saying, because I put my money here, then I'm entitled to steal. Theft is not investment. Proceeds of theft is criminal.
Yeah.
It is not. It is actually not business. Money that actually were. So basically, what you're saying is that MCAs are stealing. At that local level, on the roads they're building. MPs are stealing through CDF, doing all these funny deals and so on. Ministers are stealing in their whatever, and it's literal theft. It's savage. It's not even savage capitalism. It's a bit below that. Basically, you just have a bunch of robbers who are saying, "I invested money, so I must actually get this." It's sort of our time to steal, not whatever. And it goes all the way to the presidency. But you see, what we are saying is that there's absolutely nothing wrong with creating opportunities to make money for yourself and for your people. That is what happens in decent societies. And if you need help, there's a lot of help out here in terms of where you can actually invest, in terms of even how you can influence these particular spaces of investment. So let's not normalize this absurd thing that people put the money into the campaigns so that they're entitled to stealing. They are not entitled to stealing. In fact, they're entitled to go to jail for that particular purpose.
That is a good place to end. And one thing that we need to remember is that a country like Burkina Faso today, it is the citizens who are giving their hard-earned money to build the country. It is the people of Ethiopia who gave their hard-earned money to build the greatest dam we have today. Kenyans, it is time for everybody to wake up and love their country
and protect our
as much. Professor Alfred Omenya, policy and governance expert, and Titus Okech, governance expert as well. Asanteni sana at exactly 35 minutes after 10 a.m. Conversations that we must have and those that we will continue having. Good morning.
More of the classics and the hits you love.
Let's get it crunk up fun up in this dance.
Barbara Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am for real. No more shopping sprees, no more late night breeze, no more VIP, no more dough. He can't even kick it.
Spice. More of the classics and the hits you love.
You played the best music.
94.4 Spice